economic emancipation, and mental issues. I think those are the three areas that one would focus on when given an opportunity to be part of the board. Honorable Space.
Good morning, Dr. Mnyende. I would like to know from you, in your own assessment, do you think that the National Youth Development Agency performs its mandate efficiently? If so, if yes, how so? And if not, what are the shortcomings and what are you proposing to strengthen them? And if you could kindly also provide us with practical examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So currently, the NYDA, I would say they partially perform its mandate. The reason why I'm saying that there's a partiality on that regard is because of the fiscal challenges that the NYDA is faced with. But one must applaud the agency for having had worked with different entities and government departments and private sector to address some of the fiscal challenges that the agency has been faced with. As indicated earlier, that the mandate of the NYDA is quite broad. As I had mentioned, the 7 objectives or the 7 functions that the NYDA has, considering the fiscal issues as I indicated. But what can be done to improve the implementation of the NYDA's mandate will be, firstly, working on the public-private partnerships that the agency has. Yes, it's there, but there's need for more improvement on that regard. Secondly, in order for a mandate to be fully implemented, there's a need for public participation on that regard, or a participation of young people. So the agency needs, I was looking at their reports. They make available their reports at the end of the year. One would suggest that their performance reports are made available maybe on a quarterly basis, so that we see whether the agency is meeting the targets adequately or not. So that if this is not being done adequately, the board has a responsibility to go back and realign some of those particular targets and performance areas. So what would be done better to improve the mandate of the agency, for me, firstly, would be increasing the youth participation. So how do we improve youth participation? Is to ensure that young people understand what is the role and the mandate of the NYDA. How do they access the services or information from the NYDA? Because in order for a mandate to be fulfilled, the recipients of the mandate must be made aware of what is it that the agency is doing. Secondly to that will be to ensure that NYDA is found in every respective municipality. Currently, the agency only has fully functional offices. They only have 44 fully functional, full service officers, which is quite limited considering the mandate that the NYDA has. So for me, it will be one of those issues to ensure that we maximize the footprint of the agency through ensuring that NYDA offices are made available in respective municipalities. Secondary to that, one would have what you call one-stop youth development centers. So the province of KwaZulu-Natal has what we call one-stop centers. So this is where different departments come together and members of the community are able to come and get different services, considering that some people are not able to go to town, they have transport issues. So different government departments, they come together, your SASA, your social development, and all other relevant departments that seek to address issues of our people. So on this regard, what one would propose is a one-stop youth development center. What happens in the one-stop youth development center is that you find your NYDA, You find your SETA, you find your SEFA, you find your different SETAs that are there to provide information and other funding models to assist young people. So maybe, for example, they come on a Wednesday or they come on a Thursday, so that I know if myself as Sunshine, there's a particular funding that I want from SETA, I go there on a Wednesday, I bring all my copies and all other relevant documents so that they're able to guide me. In this one-stop youth development center, we also have your institutions of higher learning, you have your TVET sector, you also have your universities that are able to bring information to those particular young people. So on this regard, and the NYDA is also is leading that particular one-stop youth development center. One would then argue that where are we going to get money to pay those particular officials that are going to go to those remote areas? The very same official who's doing the work in the office on one day in a week, they're able to go to this remote area and they provide those particular services. If on this week, on the 4th, I went there, never got assistance because there was something that I didn't bring, I know that the following week, again, these departments are going to be there to assist young people. And this particular youth centers are going to be diverse based on the skills that are required or the information that is required in that particular center. For me, this is how I would ensure that the NYDA fulfills its mandate efficiently despite the fiscal constraints. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Myendi. Dr. Myendi, I'm Jasmine Peterson. I'm a member of this committee. With respect to giving effect to the mandate of the agency and the NYDA Act, the National Youth Policy further highlight the principles that must be upheld to ensure youth development. Despite the legal framework, in previous years, there had been a perception that the agency only serves certain sections of the youth. So what do you think can be done to change the negative perception amongst young people about the NYDA?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think the public perception on what the NYDA does comes from a point of frustration. If you have gone to a certain office and now and again you're not getting help, then you get frustrated. You then start to think that maybe this particular agency is serving particular people because maybe I've gone there, maybe I'm dark in complexion and the other person is light in complexion. So for me, I think it has been more of a public perception more than anything. However, the second part being that young people, particularly from rural areas, there's what we call exclusion of information. So they don't know what NYDA does or what is the information or what are the requirements in order for you to get something. So just because I went there not knowing that maybe in order for them to help me, this is the document that I need, then they say, Sunshine, please go back and come up back with this document. Because of that particular frustration, because I went there without having the particular knowledge, then that can also create perception on which they assist certain people. But I also want to say the agency over years, I'm no longer with the agency, so I'm not speaking on their behalf. I've seen what on their social media, because I do follow the agency on their different platforms. They have put on their social media the different young people that have benefited. You'd see that they post a random person and the young person also tells their story that I got the grant or the funding because I was able to go to a particular office and this is it, this is what I want, and this is what they want, the certain documents that they want, and I was able to submit that. But also the agency over the years has had clean audits for me, which is a sign of good governance. They've made available their annual reports and the relevant documentation to prove how how they govern or how they do business. And thirdly to that, I think auditors or oversight has played a critical role in ensuring that the NYDA provides services to people that are deserving. People don't get grants or funding or any form of assistance because they know the chairperson or they know the deputy chairperson. So, but what I would do to improve that particular stigma would to ensure that the NYDA is available in every corner. NYDA services and all the products that they offer. I'll use community radio stations. The reason why I'll say I'll use community radio stations, because these are radio stations in our respective communities. Emakhaya, Gomkhanya Gude. You have the community radio stations that majority of our people listen to. Because if you go to Kakas, in some instances they speak English, and some young people end up not understanding what is it that is required. And I also make use of what councillors for ward councillors, because ward councillors are representative communities, to give them the information to say, those are the application forms, this is what is available. Can they work together, including traditional leadership, to ensure that grants or any form of funding that the NYDA does, or any form of services, is given to people that are really deserving, that has been identified by the leaders of the community. I think that would be my approach on that regard.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Dr. Myende, welcome. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of Parliament and a member of this portfolio committee. Dr. Myende, could you please tell us, how would you ensure good governance in the National Youth Development Agency if recommended for appointment to the board? Thank you.
Thank you for that sweet and short question. Okay, so good governance comes from King Code 4 that prescribes good governance for any entity or any organization that comes, that is derived from the Companies Act. So how I would ensure good governance? So firstly, as a board, and as individuals in the board, there are certain attributes that we need to have, or the board that needs to embody. So the first one being integrity, secondly being competence, responsibility, accountability, fairness, and transparency. So this means that the behavior or the decisions of the board must reflect those particular attributes. In terms of the good governance areas and how one would improve good governance, firstly is strengthening institutional frameworks. Strengthening institutional frameworks means that the NYDA has a clear mandate with a set objectives and mission. So King Code 4 prescribes that the NYDA, the board must be able to set and steer the direction of the board. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing, that one would ensure that the agency is legally compliant, meaning that the agency adheres to the Public Finance Management Act. The agency subscribes or prescribes, or it adheres to the King Code 4 on corporate governance. Thirdly to that, my accounting. Thirdly to that, the agency does a constant policy reviews as guided, or as guided by the socio-economic conditions at that particular time. We can't have policies that were relevant pre-COVID-19 and still relevant post-COVID-19, understanding that the economics and different socio-economic and different social conditions have changed. So that's the first one. In terms of ensuring good governance, that I will strengthen institutional frameworks to ensure that the mandate of the NYDA is clear and the agency is legally compliant and there's constant policy review. Secondly, I'll ensure transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability means that the board has clear lines of disclosures. Board members must disclose of any conflict of interest that they might have on a particular decision or in a particular motion. Secondary to that, the agency makes available of any annual reports. The financial statements of the agency are made available. Thirdly to that, I would ensure that the agency has a code of conduct or code of policies or practices, and all the officials within the agency adhere to those particular code of conduct and policies. But officials in the agency are not going to adhere to any code of conduct if us as the board or as the board members, we don't adhere to those codes of conduct or code of behavior or ethical behavior. Then thirdly, I would ensure that there is proper, what we call effective resource management. Effective resource management means that there's financial prudence within the organization, meaning that there's proper financial planning, and there's also what we call positive financial-based performance, meaning that the NYDA just doesn't make or fund a person for a quantitative for statistics, just for them to meet targets, but it should be meaningful funding that the NYDA does to different young people. Fourthly, I don't know where I am with my counting. Fourthly, monitoring and evaluation. I would ensure that, because King Code 4 argues that there's a need to ensure that there's proper monitoring and evaluation of different programs and projects that the NYDA embarks on, meaning that we can't just have a project and just leave it at that. There must be proper monitoring and evaluation on that regard. And I think the last one, I think the member had asked 5. I think the last one will be stakeholder involvement. Stakeholder involvement, one of the critical stakeholders is the portfolio committee. I would ensure that the NYDA reports accordingly to the portfolio committee and makes available all the documents that are required. But secondly to that, the biggest stakeholder in terms of ensuring good governance within the NYDA are young people. So the participation of young people will be a very important aspect, because young people will be able to direct or give what is the mandate, what is it that the young people want to see in terms of the youth development agenda. So I would ensure that there's adequate participation of young people and different government departments and entities to help the agency to fulfill its mandate. I would ensure that I would do those particular 5 areas, taking into consideration the attributes that I as a board member and the board in its entirety must embody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Krape?
You've spoken about accountability, transparency. I'm Jose Leklape, and good morning, Dr. Miende. You've spoken about accountability, transparency, people's participation. Are there any other principles of good governance that should be adhered to? And as an ancillary question, you speak of the King Code. And the King Code is quite pedantic about separation of duties between a chair and CEO. Now, in the NYDA, we have an executive chair and we have a CEO. How would you ensure that principles of good governance are adhered to, given that situation in the NYDA?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think that the King Code 4 is very explicit on what is the role of the board. So the role of the board is ensuring that there's a strategy in place, there's overseeing in the implementation of practices and good conduct, there's accountability, the duties of, or the responsibilities of the board are clearly stated in the King Code 4. So the separation of duties will be based on what are the duties of the board and what is the duty of the CEO. Also meaning that in terms of some of the principles, the disclosures, I think King Code 4 is very explicit on the conflicts of interest and disclosures that must be made by members of the board and as the board in its entirety. So meaning that if there's a point that touches maybe what is my passion, maybe there's a university of my concern, and then if it's somewhere in that, if I'm conflicted, then there's a need for that. But also how to then ensure that there's a separation of duties will be to ensure that the board gives a clear mandate to management in terms of what is it that they want to be implemented, and putting in place an ethical code of conduct, ensuring that everyone, the board members and the management, adhere to this particular code of conduct. I think that's what one would do to ensure that there's a separation of duties. Ukuthi umuntu nomuntu akenze what has been indicated by the King Code 4 and the Act on what these are the duties of the board, and this is what the CEO is prescribed to do.
Thank you so much. Honorable Lonzi?
Chair, I've got a question that I had, but there was a follow-up I wanted to do on the exec and the board. So I don't know if I must save that for the end when we do follow-ups. I can ask it now. Oh, okay. So we keep, I think, raising this with the candidates, and it's a discussion that we've had even with some of the portfolio. Oh, sorry. My name is Sihlelonzi Sawubona Tokotel. Sorry for jumping straight into it. I'm just trying to save time. About this small contradiction, not big, of having an executive chairperson, because there may be scenarios where the chairperson of the board would participate in some executive operations, because they must go to the office, they must interact, and there's there's an unavoidable power dynamic that would be at play, because obviously they are not only an executive member participating in that meeting with the CEOs and other management, but they are also the board chairperson. So I wonder if you think, because even the NYDA Act does, on top of the kings that we're talking about, does also try to mitigate that problem. I wonder if you think the Act does enough in terms of the separation of those powers, or would we not benefit more as an entity if we were to have a non-executive chairperson of the board? I'm picking your brain here. There's no real correct answer to it. Yeah.
Okay. You're picking my brain. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think this issue is an issue of ethics more than anything else. Because if there's proper adherence to ethics, then we wouldn't have a problem. Because if a person knows that my job is to do this, the Act says I must do this, and this is where I stop, then we won't have issues. I think previously we've had those particular problems, not even with the NYDA, in many entities throughout the country, where there's a third hand or a hand of the chairperson or the minister in a board. So which needs then going forward for a proper legislative mandate to say that how do you prevent such? Because in some instances you find that the chair will come and say, this is what I want, and then the CEO, because being pressed that I would want maybe a second term or whatsoever, then there's that commotion that is there. But I think for me it's an issue of having clear ethics and the attributes that I indicated earlier on, of having integrity, competence, and transparency in some of the decisions that are taken, to ensure that there are clear lines of reporting and clear lines on the separation of duties and power. I don't know if you picked my brain on it.
Yeah, no, thank you for that input. So the question that I had through you, Chair, is that which section of the Public Finance Management Act deals with the obligation of an accounting officer? And perhaps how would it define the requirements of financial accountability and effective controls of a public entity? Obviously, we know that the PFMA deals with a number of public entities. So maybe try to relate your response to the entity that we're concerned about now, which is the NYDA.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Member, for your second question. So the NYDA is a public entity that is listed in Section 3 of the Public Finance Management Act, which gives it the juristic board a powers. So in a normal government department, the accounting officer, being the DG or the HOD, has the accounting. Okay, can you please repeat that question for me? I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chair, I can. I don't want you to say I'm taking up too much time like yesterday.
Yeah,
I'll
members
try
are,
to
I
be
can
quick.
already see members are mumbling here because you're asking two questions and now also
Oh,
have to.
I did ask for permission.
Yeah,
The
but
first
it's-
one was the follow-up. Sorry. I'll try to be very quick. I just need to see how to simplify. So the Public Finance Management Act has a section that deals with obligations of accounting officers of all public entities. Section 3, the one you're talking about, it's a separate one because it will deal the establishment of the NYDA and all of that. But there's a specific section that deals with accounting officers of public entities across the board. So I wanted to check now, how does it define the requirements for financial accountability and effective controls? Then, because it deals with all entities, I said you can give an example that relates it to the NYDA, since we're here because of the NYDA.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So the accounting officer, according to the Public Finance Management Act, has to ensure that there are proper controls, financial controls within an entity or a public or government department. Needs to ensure that the risk management relating to any financial issues is put in place. They must be able to ensure that proper prescripts or policies or legislations are adhered to, and to ensure that there is financial prudence within the organization, and to ensure that there is no wasteful or fruitless expenditure that takes place within the organization. But the important aspect is to ensure that there are proper systems that are put in place to ensure that there is proper financial management. I think that's the role of the accounting officers that they have as per the Public Finance Management Act.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miende. Honorable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Miende. I'm Honorable Khwekana, also a member of this committee. My question will be, one of the main objectives of the NYDA Act is to develop and integrate youth development plan and strategy of 2022-25 for South Africa. Develop guidelines for the implementation of the strategy and make recommendations to the President. Elaborate on your understanding of the integrated youth development strategy and why the strategy is very much important.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So the integrated youth development strategy is like an implementing guideline. How do we implement? It's an implementing guideline for the national youth policy. So the national youth policy, as it stands, is a policy that this is what we want to see. We want to develop young people, but the integrated youth development strategy then says, how then do we do that on a day-to-day basis? Who are the relevant partners, who are the relevant civil society organizations that we want to bring on board to ensure that we develop young people, understanding that the national youth policy maps out the 5 thematic areas that young people need to be developed on. So now the integrated youth development strategy is the guideline, is the map, this is a day-to-day guidance on how then do we do that particular development of young people based on the timeframes that have been given for that particular reporting period. So that's what integrated youth development strategy is and what it seeks to achieve.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miende. Over to you, Honorable Tiamo.
Thank you, and good morning, Dr. Miende. Now, my name is Tiamo. My name is Tiamo Sotesi, and I'm going to ask you question around issues of gender-based violence. Now you know that it has been declared, the second pandemic. You know its impact in society, and obviously it affects young people and driven by other young people. So what in your view are the main contributing factors that informs youth violence in South Africa, and what measures do you think can be taken to prevent or reduce the scourge of GBV amongst the young people mainly?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Quite interesting that my master's study was on issues of violence, but I was focusing on learners in school. But to respond to your question on GBV, so the issue of GBV is it's multidimensional. Also, from where I come from, in KwaZulu-Natal, it has been reported that KwaZulu-Natal has the highest cases of gender-based violence. Also understanding that what we have seen in reports is not what actually is on the ground, as some women do not report those particular cases to the relevant authorities. But to start off with the causal factors. So the first causal factor is on financial dependency. Because young women, they can't afford and they're unemployed, they live in extreme poverty, then they put themselves in abusive relationships that even if they want to leave, they then think that I can't leave because this person is sustaining me and my child. And what we have seen in statistics and in research is that teenage mothers are more prevalent to being found in gender-based violence scenarios. And the second one being substance abuse or alcohol abuse. Research, I think the minister 2 days ago or yesterday was giving a report on the crime statistics that alcohol or substance abuse has become one of the causal factors that is one of the causal factors in most cases that relate to gender-based violence. Then maybe what the third part, particularly from where I come from, there's a phenomenon called uktwala, which for me forms part of gender-based violence because we are forcing a person to marry you without their consent or because of cultural norms or cultural expectations. So that forms part of gender-based violence and some of the causal factors, which is financial dependency, substance abuse, and this normalized violence in our society that there's been low training or low awareness in terms of people being taught on resolving conflict, because gender-based violence in some of the cases comes from people in a relationship. Just because there's a certain perception, then the person ends up abusing the other person without trying to resolve conflict amicably. So, and then what one would do to address some of the cases when given an opportunity would be to ensure that there's partnership with Department of Social Development, as there are shelters and tutuzela centers where some of the victims are taken to, so that while in that particular transition and trying to report, trying to go through with their cases, they're provided training to ensure that you get them out from the financial dependent and abusive relationships, so that they get particular skills in order for them to be able to go and look for employment or be able to start their own businesses. But the other factor within gender-based violence is how the system, the criminal justice, the justice system has not done justice for women, young women in particular, in the sense that when you go to some of the police stations, there are no gender-based violence friendly rooms. You're expected to just narrate your story of how Usbu has violated me without being given a set of privacy on that regard, which then, and secondary to that, the delay in finalization of cases causes what we call secondary victimization, which means that young women have to relive some of the moments that they would have undergone when being in those violent and abusive relationships. So I think for me, those are the causal factors of gender-based violence, and what needs to be done is to enhancing the police system and the justice system to ensure that the cases of gender-based violence, firstly, are expedited, to ensure that justice is served timelessly, and to ensure that to prevent the fundamental causes of gender-based violence, to ensure that young people are empowered to leave any abusive relationships and to leave any poverty conditions that they currently live in, to ensure that they are not at any point exposed to any conditions that require them to stay or be in a relationship with the person that abuses them. Secondary to that, gender-based violence does not only relate to women and men. LGBTQIA plus people have been killed in our country based on what they believe or based on who they are. So these are some of the things that when one given an opportunity to ensure that awareness campaigns are done to ensure that people are educated on the issues of LGBTQIA plus and vulnerable groups, because other groups that have been killed are people living with albinism. So we have seen an increase, particularly in rural areas where there's a certain belief or norm or understanding that if you kill an albinism, there are certain powers that you get. So there's a need for awareness to be done in those particular areas to educate people on why is it important to ensure that we have a gender-based free society. I think those are the things that one would do when given an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miende. Honorable Chalke Adonis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Sunshine. I do hope that you have enjoyed your stay with us. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, disabled member of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question, I think you've greatly answered a large portion of it when it comes to how it is that we can address gender-based violence and how we can address violence amongst young people. But my question would then say, what is the role of the NYDA in addressing the systematic challenges that persist within the communities when we speak to violence amongst young people? So young people being perpetrators and victims themselves. How do you see the role of NYDA in this particular instance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think maybe we need to start with understanding the causal factors of this particular, of the prevalence of violence. So research suggests that there has been what we call a generational transmission of poverty and exclusion amongst young people. So the generational transmission of exclusion and poverty then makes young people to be a bit agitated in terms of their current conditions. Young people are currently unemployed, abasebenzi. Currently, young people have, even those with qualifications, are not employable. Thirdly, some young people they don't have relevant skills to compete to what is required by the market. So what should then be the role of the NYDA? I think as the first function or mandate of the NYDA being to initiate, design, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate youth development programs, what then one would do will be to have what we regard as a skills revolution. So firstly, we need to understand that young people are not a homogeneous group. So young people are heterogeneous in the sense that their needs and the strategies or interventions that must be made available differ. So the first aspect will be to ensure that we provide young people with the relevant skills. So what one would do, firstly, to address the issues of unemployment that then cause young people to be violent, would be to introduce what you call, so all of us know that government has a fleet of vehicles that they use, so be it your police vehicles, your ambulances, and the different government vehicles that are there for use. So what I would do is to ensure that young people open up what you call one-stop garages. So in the garage, what the young people will be doing will be providing mechanical skills to ensure that. So in the current setting, government has I don't know, call it a tender, or it has a tender with certain banks where this is where you take your government vehicles for them to do any mechanical repairs, any issues relating to cars. So instead of government going to this particular establishment, I would ensure that I take young people, or capacitate them on this on a mechanical skills, so that government, instead of taking their vehicles to this particular establishment, they take their vehicles into this particular establishment of these young people. So this proposal addresses two things. It addresses issues of expediting service delivery, because in some instances you call for a police vehicle, a crime is taking place, and then there's no availability of vehicles. So ensuring that young people are provided with the necessary skills, and young people are provided with an opportunity to participate in the mainstream economy, and young people are provided with the relevant opportunities, so that they're able not to participate in these violent behaviors that they then find themselves in because of lack of certain development in their respective areas. That's what I would do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miende. Is there anything that you would like to say in closing?
I would want to thank yourself, Chairperson, and all the honorable members for the opportunity that I've been given to come and have this conversation with all of you to see how do we shape the youth of South Africa to ensure that we bring practical solutions to the problems that they're facing, issues of teenage mothers, teenage pregnancy, which is quite prevalent, which prevents the upward mobility of those young people. So I think it has been a great mind triggering situation. I really appreciate all the members for their questions and all the staff members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miende. Thank you for sharing your passions with us, and thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you for taking the time to be with us this morning. We also valued the interaction. Maybe just to give you a little bit of a sense of what we are doing for the next few days. We will continue the interviews for today and tomorrow. Hopefully by next week we will deliberate on all the interviews, and hopefully by Friday next week we'll be able to adopt a report with our recommendation on candidates to serve on the next NYDA board. That report will serve in front of the National Assembly, where after our recommendations will go to the President of the country. He will exercise his prerogative and then appoint 7 new members to serve on a new NYDA board. So we really thank you for your time, and please do travel back safely and keep up the good work. We are proud of you. Thank you. Take a break, colleagues. Sunshine. A very good afternoon, Mr. Fana Sifiso Mdluli from Gauteng. Most welcome. Honourable members, we'll restart. We've got Mr. Mdluli with us from the Gauteng province. Good afternoon, sir. Most welcome to Parliament. Please do feel relaxed. Don't feel nervous at all. We are grateful for the opportunity this afternoon to interact with you. Thank you for applying or putting your name forward to be considered as one of the candidates to serve on the next NYDA board. We would like to start by just asking you to tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, what your passions are, and why you are passionate about youth development, and in particular why you would like to serve on the next NYDA board. Also, just to outline, you've got 40 minutes for the interview. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of this portfolio committee. I'm with honourable members who serve on the portfolio committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. They will all interact with you. You've got about 3 minutes to answer each question. If you're not sure about your timing slot, just look towards my side and I'll be able to give you an indication of how much time you've got left. But over to you.
No, thank you, Chair. And my name is Sifiso Mdluli, and yeah, actually I'm from Mpumalanga. Just now, rather, I'm based in Gauteng, but I was born in Komazi, in a village called Middelplas, and I grew up somewhere in between White River and Hazyview. And I most like most majority of our youth in South Africa, I come from a disadvantaged background, but because of our government and some of their initiatives, I am here today and I hold an honours degree in development studies, and I'm currently pursuing my master's studies, which I'm hopefully to complete sometime this year. And I am interested in the NYDA board because of my passion and my studies and lived experiences of being a young person in South Africa. My passion is within inclusion in general, but my current studies are on disability inclusion, mainly because I feel like my studies have been inspired by women in development, women empowerment, because one has to recognize that what we have today, women in power, it did not come as a goodwill of some male person to say, no man, let's include women. It was struggles and movements that forced the systems to include women, and I feel like there is part of what as youth we are facing now, just to learn from that, to say we should advocate for ourselves. No one is coming to say for us, and I feel like to some extent we have had progress in women empowerment or inclusion in general, but to some degree, look at women empowerment, I still feel like we haven't done much, because if we have a person as a female in power, there's still that patriarchal element into that position, and largely what has been accepted as women development is what has been prescribed by someone who's not a female. And that's the same with disability inclusion, issues of young people. Those narratives have been pushed by people who are not in that part of that demographic, as to say, what should empowerment of young people look like, has been largely influenced by opinions and views of people who are not part of that demographic. And I think I can pause here for now. And yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think I just want to give our mother a chance to take a seat. Thank you so much. Can we start with Dr. Leklape? Over to you, sir. You know the drill, Doc.
Good afternoon and welcome, sir. My name is Khosi Letlape. I'm an alternate member on the committee and a member of parliament. Now, the NYDA was established by an act of parliament in 2008, subsequently amended in 2024. Could you briefly elaborate on your understanding on the functions of the NYDA in terms of the Act?
Thank you very much for the question, Doctor. And yeah, as part of the mandate, as amended by the NYDA Act, it's that the agency is supposed to design, coordinate, and implement programs that aim at youth development, support structures. The way I view the agency is as a pro-youth organization. By pro-youth, I mean that an organization that supports anything that aims to alleviate the situations or the problems of young people. And in that, the mandates also give effect to job creation and economic empowerment, and also access to education, quality education, meaningful employment. And I think this is where my passion comes in, because as much as I'm grateful for the opportunities that have been granted to me, and I am a product of government initiatives, all of my studies, I've never paid a cent, and I'm grateful for that. But I feel like we need a synergy between the agenda on literacy of the nation and the agenda on employability and entrepreneurship in South Africa, because I feel like currently education has been presented to us as the only way, as the only path that we should follow, and it's not working. It's not working. Many of us are unemployed, and yeah, the issues is that it won't help that we introduce internships and all those things. The reality is that we are just pushing too much graduates, and we don't have the capacity, or are not ready to deal with those people. And this is because I feel like our government approaches problems in a reactive way, that they are not putting systems in place to say no. Part of the mandate is to say that we should produce a certain number of M&D students per year. And you look at those targets, they say we're not meeting them. But the question now is then, are you even ready for the students? You say you want 5,000 students. Are you ready for the students? Look at PhD graduates. Many of them are employed by universities. And universities also, they are facing this issue of budget. You find those graduates there, their own contracts, underemployment, and it is because the issue is that our government approaches issues in a firefighting approach. We wait for something to be a problem, and then we want to address it then. So eventually, we are going to see PhD graduates being truck drivers, and all those things. And then this is another issue, is that of the amount that you spend in those people, upskilling them, where does the government get its return on investment? And how should we go about that? And what about those who couldn't get into the system because they couldn't meet the qualification criteria into those pathways that you present, you know? And I think this is also another issue, is there's a mismatch between government spending priorities. Ideally, I think, and, thank you.
No, please continue.
Oh, ideally, I think we should be having a situation whereby the NSFAS budget, in comparison to the NYDA budget, they are, at least the NYDA should have 30%, if not 25 or 20, because currently, I think the budget of the NSFAS student funding is 98% above that of the NYDA. That's a problem. That is a very serious problem. And it creates a lot of issues. And I think I'll just pause there for now, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and welcome, Mr. Mdluli. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of Parliament in the National Assembly, and I'm also a member of this portfolio committee. Mr. Mdluli, the Act provides primarily for the NYDA as a unitary structure responsible for implementation of youth development programs, including the mainstreaming of youth development activities by all stakeholders. What strategies would you devise to ensure the agency effectively implements youth development programs?
No, thank you. Thank you for that question. I think we have to first acknowledge to the fact that the NYDA does try, and I think previous boards have tried to implement the mandate of the organization or the agency, but funding is not there. But as the mandate says, the NYDA should lobby and coordinate these other stakeholders, organs of the state, and other the private sector and civil society. I come from Mpumalanga, and the department, the provincial government, as well as the local municipality, do have some programs that are aimed at alleviating or in encouraging entrepreneurship, but the uptake of those programs is not enough, and it's mainly because young people do not know how to strategically position themselves into participating in those programs. We have one program run by the Department of Agriculture. It's called, it has two parts. There is one part of it that's focused on plant production, and then there is one focused on livestock production. So the first one, it's called Masibele Emasimini, which means let's get back to the fields to plant, and then the other one is Masibele Esbayeni, and which loosely translates to let's get back to the kraal. And the issue there is that the qualification criteria excludes young people, because if you want to apply for the Masibele Esbayeni, you need to have land, and land is there. You just don't need the title deed to prove that I have access to land, And according to that, because you are failing to produce that title deed, you don't get part in that. There's also another one called the Youth Transformation or Ecotourism Fund. Young people do not know how to position themselves into those positions, to take advantage of those opportunities. So I think the NYDA in that instance can go to these state organs of the state to say, oh, what are you guys having here? What are your plans? How can we best assist you to effect this mandate? The other day we had a post-solar debate with the SAPAM, and it was the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation there. And I posed a question on the chat to say, in light of the recent drought that has affected a lot of communal farmers, whereby, and rain started to come by the late part of November, December, livestock was dying, it lost weight, in the rural areas. And livestock, farming in general, it's the backbone of rural areas, you know. So I was asking him is that what are they doing in regards to what the department is doing of water and sanitation in regards to providing land and maintaining the infrastructure to ensure that the rural economy is supported and it grows. And from my area, communal lands have been left to be, they are in a very concerning state. There is no fencing, there is no water resources there, and this speaks to the issues of access. And the market, the rural economy now facilitate, or this drought facilitates resources transfer from the rural economy to commercial farmers, where you would go to a local farmer, buy a cow for lobola or whatever ceremony that you have. Because the cows in the rural areas, because of the issues of access to grazing and all of those things, the livestock is not in good condition to be slaughtered. You have to go look for a commercial farmer in the peri-urban areas, you see.
Thank you.
And thank you.
No, you can conclude. 1 minute left for this one. My apologies.
Yeah, and that there is an issue that we need to be target specifically. I saw one of these reports to say that the state has about 450 hectares of land that it acquired for nearly 2 billion in Free State, which is currently not using. How about you just take that land, subdivide it, maybe put some plots there, have people, young people, do some kind of farming, because I think also the issue of land reform has been largely dominated to say black people or certain groups of people cannot farm. And it's not because of that. It's because your approach to inclusion, you don't target the correct people. You know, if you say you want to include, you want to achieve the mandate or the targets of the BEE, the employment equity, and you just take someone who's not qualified to and put them in a position, what you end up with is that you are going to have a black person, and they say black person cannot perform their duties. No, you just appointed the wrong person. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Jasmine Peterson.
Thank you so much.
I'll come to that group next. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome, Sifiso. I'm Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, in your own assessment, do you think that the NYDA performs its mandate efficiently? If yes, how so? And if not, what are the shortcomings and what are you proposing to strengthen them? And can you please provide practical examples?
No, thank you for that question. In terms of promulgating or carrying out the mandate of the NYDA Act, I think because of the issues of funding, they are trying, the agency is trying, but the reach is limited because of that funding. And, you know, looking at this, specifically the NYDA grant program, you know, I saw that they said they wanted to fund 2,200 people, 2.2 people. And to my understanding and trying to understand that stat, I was like, to say, looking at the mandate of the NYDA, comparing it to the National Student Fund, you see, how these 2.2 people are funding, what is the impact of that, what you're doing there? Because I can't say now I have 1 million and I want to expand the reach of the NYDA. I'm going to give each person 1,000 rand each. How many people I'm going to find in 1 million? You know, and that 1,000 rand that I'm going to give that person, is it enough to effect any change in their social economic status? You know, and this is one of my issues
that for me, I'm actually contemplating on doing my PhD next year. If things goes well, I'm actually doing my PhD next year. And I have high chances of getting funding for my PhD than someone in the rural areas or wherever they are located, be it in the cities or townships. They have less chances of getting that funding if they wanted to start a business. And myself, as a PhD candidate or student, I do not have to demonstrate to the funder that I'm going to do this PhD, I'm going to pass, and I'm going to be productive after this. I can as well end up being unemployed, but the funder doesn't care about that. But when it comes to the youth funding for businesses, you have all these lengthy processes just to access 50,000. But as a NSFAS beneficiary, I can just come with my certificates, get a place to study, and that's it. I get 17,000 for, depending on where I am, I get 17,000 for meal allowance for the entire year. Maybe on the metros, I get 50,000 for my accommodation. You haven't talked about the fees yet. And on average, now we are looking close to 100K per year. You know, I also had something from the
Apologies, just wrap up on this
I
question.
also had something that concerned me, whereby the committee chairperson of the DHED in Parliament was saying that all students who applied and qualified for the National Student Fund are going to get funding. And I was like, oh, okay, that's actually good. But my question was then that, is the NYDA, or this community specifically, saying that all young people who apply for funding and they qualify for that funding, are they going to get it? Do they have that guarantee that they are going to get it? Thank you.
Levels, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mdluli. There is a perception out there that the National Youth Development Agency only serves certain sections of the youth. And this is even, despite the fact that the mandate of the agency is guided by the Act, by the National Youth Policy, there is that perception. Now, in the light of that, what do you believe can be done to change the negative perception amongst young people about the National Youth Development Agency?
No, thank you for that question. I tend to side with that perception a bit. And this is because if you were to ask me at the top of my head, how many people I know who have benefited from the NYDA, specifically in light of the NYDA grant program, I can barely name any that I know personally, other than the ones I see being mentioned in the NYDA pages. Other than personally, I do not know anyone. And in relation to what can be done to change that perception, I believe that there are people who are funded. Maybe in my community too, I just do not know them. There's this I think it's a marketing strategy, whereby if a funder, say maybe like MTN, funds your business, they put placards there in your place of business to say maybe proudly funded by MTN or whatever. I think also we can have that to say, I fund you. Like you could get funding from NYDA in your community. You be an ambassador of the agency, be a hub of knowledge for the people around you. Take them through how did you even get to benefit from this? Because I think the minute that people have someone to say, I can identify with this person, I know this person, their home situation, they are the same. They do not have any connection to any political person or whatever. My circumstances with this person are the same. I can relate to this person. There would be that shift to say, okay, maybe myself I haven't benefited, but I know so-and-so benefited, And I think also it's about visibility of the agency. You know, I have this concern. Like I have two at home. I have two, a nephew and his my niece. So I always get concerned when I see them watching violent soapies that demonstrate crimes, how to steal a car, and all those things. And I wonder what these things are imprinting to them. To say, are you going to grow up and idolize these things? And I think there is a space for the NYDA. Maybe we can have something like showcasing a story of a ordinary South African, you know, going through the process of the NYDA, you know, applying, starting a business, be successful, you know, something that the young people can relate with, you know, and this will also speak to their age, you know, and I don't think this maybe may need that much money, because we can just go to if I'm part of the board, we can just go to the SABC to say, SABC, we have this idea, and as part of the national youth policy and the youth strategy, you know, maybe we can excuse you this year from contributing financially. Maybe if you can run this for us, we employ young people to carry that short story or whatever it can be, and it will help with reach, because I think most people have access to a TV, or if not a TV, a radio. You know, they know there's an agency called the NYDA. I can approach if I'm having issues here and there. I'm having mental issues. I can approach these people. They can help me. I have ideas that I need funding to implement. They can assist me. And I think that can effect some change. And I think the other issue is that the agency should be intentional about its strategic partnerships, or
Wrap up on this one, please.
yeah, or the lobbying of stakeholders. We have rural extension officers. At home, I have a farming project that I started, but I don't even know who's my rural extension officer. I started farming somewhere in 2021, and we can use those people wherever they are. When you go to these communities, you identify young people, you tell them, no guys, man, there is something in the NYDA, approach them and see what they can offer you. Yeah. Not necessarily having the NYDA itself going there. Ask those people, you have the funds, you have the cars and everything, you are mobile. You can tell young people to say, no, you guys, there's these things happening there. Because I also think that myself too, I only found out about the NYDA because of my curiosity and searching things, but it's not something that came directly to me, that was in front. I had to search for it, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to our candidate. My name is Tsogofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a disabled member of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question to you would be centered around good governance. For any organizational structure, for it to have itself functioning adequately, good governance is imperative. According to you, what is required to ensure good governance if you were to be appointed in the NYDA board?
No, thank you. You know, part of the issue that was asked by the previous member on the perception of the agency is that the minute you have a politician associated with the agency, we are going to have those perceptions, because when young people or people in general think of or view a person as a politician, they think of a liar. They assume a liar. And say now you have this idea to say, I want to coordinate a youth fund or a community fund, and I'm going to be the central person. We are going to run a stock fair here, you know, and you have a politician in that thing. Even that thing may be having good intentions for people, it won't have any success because now you have a politician and people have trust issues with politicians. And and I don't blame them because, you know, the issue of accountability is one as part of the principles of good governance. You can go to people, consult them, and have these nice ideas to say, okay, you guys, we are working on this plan, and as soon as I have money, we can implement 1, 2, 3. Nah? But that's not what happens. We talk about this. Nah? I think the issue is also on professionalizing the public service. I think the perception is that public servants have the solutions for the people, but no, people are experts of their own problem, and they should define their problems according to their understanding and context, because it doesn't make sense for me to come to you and say, no, I have a budget here, and I'm sent by the department of so and so to change your situation, and I think you need a TV, nah? And your need, which you maybe you might have communicated with me to say, your need is food, you know, and I think the issue then is that the good governance should be centered about being accountable to the promises that you give to young people. You know, tell us on this program you promise to implement, how far have you come? You know, when can we expect results? You know, and the other principle which I think I may stress is the rule of law, ensuring that people get access to the service on merit, not because they are associated with someone or somewhere somehow there is some shiga going, you know. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Soteti.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you. My name is Tiamo Tsoteti. Now, I hear that you have been slightly mentioning some principles of good governance. Can you talk to them, articulate 5 principles of good governance, and please just talk to how do you think that what would you do to enhance the NYDA's to ensure that it conforms to the principles of good governance?
No, thank you, sir. Can I ask that? Can I repeat the 2 that I've already, or I can just build on to the 2?
You can start from scratch.
From scratch.
Yeah.
Okay. I think then we have accountability, which is holding people accountable for their actions and their expectations in effecting or carrying out their duties, accountable for the budget that is allocated to them, you know. And I think it's confusing to say money is missing when it has been placed on your custodian. How does it go missing on your watch? You know, I think you should hold people accountable to that. Explain to us, how did it go missing on your watch? And I think the other issue of good governance, accessibility. You know, as leadership, you should be accessible to the people that you serve. And this issue is what I was just discussing with one of my fellow candidates, whereby we see politicians with these motorcades. And my question then to say, why do you feel the need to have so many guards around you? Do you feel unsafe around the people you claim you want to serve? And why is that? Do you feel unsafe around them? It's because you have lost touch with your people, and you know that if you're left alone with them, they are going to eat you alive. And this is because we are not accessible to them. You are there to enrich yourself, you know. And then secondly, thirdly, think of the issues of inclusivity. We should be intentional about this issue of inclusivity. But in us being intentional, we shouldn't co-opt people in things that they don't understand or are not qualified to perform. And there was this smaller debates that you say the next CEO of ESCOM is going to be a female. And I asked myself that, you know, ESCOM is already in trouble. You are giving it to a woman. The narrative at the end of the day, they are going to say women cannot perform. It's not women cannot perform. You intentionally sabotage that person, and you put them in a situation that you know yourself you are not able to solve. If it was a male in that position, there was never going to be those conversations to say women cannot perform, all those things. And then I think the other two, responsiveness. Are you listening to your people, what they are saying to you? And are you attending to their issues? And then lastly, I will speak to ethical leadership. Are you ethical in your effecting or carrying out your duties? You know, are you adhering to the legal frameworks that you function within in your space? And yeah, thank you. Hopefully I answered you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mdluli, good day. I'm Honorable Khotana, also a member of this committee. I'll just go straight to the question. Can you elaborate on your understanding of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy and why the strategy is important?
Okay, thank you. The Integrated Youth Development Strategy aims to, it is the actionable plan of the National Youth Policy, and I understand that the strategy aims to youth empowerment and development. And this is important. This is important because if you do not empower young people and you give them opportunities to develop themselves, at some point, it maybe takes some years or time, they are going to hold you accountable for those things. And it wouldn't be nice when they are holding you accountable if you neglect them. It wouldn't be nice. They would be asking for that youth empowerment. They would be actually seeking to empower themselves. And we've seen this from other African countries. It comes out as a form of civil wars and all these political unrests. And I think based on the issues that we have and historical social issues that we have, it's important that we are intentional about our programs that aim to develop young people. And in developing young people, we should be looking for sustainable solutions. You know, there's this approach which seeks to create dependency from young people to the government, and grants and all these freebies do not build an economy. They do not contribute anything to an economy. You cannot take someone to basic education, higher education for free, you give them an RTP, you build them a toilet, you give them a grant. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You should take these people, young people especially. We have seen in other regions of the world where they are actually trying to attract people, young people, to come into their space, because young people or people who are of the working age drive the economy. So if they are only included meaningfully, by meaningfully I mean that they are in employment, they are paying taxes, they are, as one of the funding models, they are starting businesses because of the employment they have. And that income they get, they manage to employ 2-3 people. It creates economic activity in our space. And I think the strategy seeks to effect to that. And by these plans that I mentioned there, improving quality to education from early childhood development up until tertiary education. But I think again there, on that issue of education, there is a gap there. A gap. But I think I've already started to hear this conversation around micro-credentialing. Micro-credentialing, it's that it doesn't make sense for someone to go to school for 12 years and the only qualification that's there, it's matric. We should look into having other certificates. Maybe someone from grade 9, if you don't want to continue to varsity and you have a different plan, should get a certificate from that, similar to the matric certificate, And I think in channeling that, we will be able to effect the strategy thoroughly, because if you have one part, there are some people who are going to fall in between the gaps. And that is inevitable. And no, thank you.
Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Mr. Mdluli. My name is Sihle Lonzi, a member of this committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, who are very happy to see people living with disabilities show an interest in participating in a very important institution that must service all South Africans, irrespective of their backgrounds. So I'm encouraged when we see you show that interest, especially because I think the previous board didn't have someone living with a disability. Perhaps very quickly, Mr. Mdluli, speak to us about your research, which was dealing with people living with disabilities within the Provincial Department of Social Development in Mpumalanga. And I think you were speaking about barriers. So, but try to relate it to the NYDA. So almost try to replace the Department of Social Development with NYDA and talk about barriers that affect young people living with disabilities.
No, thank you very much for that question, sir. There's this perception that when you are advocating for inclusion, you are advocating for lack of a better word, mediocre. And that is not the case. When you are including people, include people because they are qualified. If they are not qualified, what are you doing to make sure that they are qualified? And in the public service, they set this target of 2% target. How was that target set? I'm not sure. I was not there. I was still an infant. Yeah. Because I look at the prevalence of disability. Around that time, it was said to be 5, 6, 7% of the population living with a disability. And then, why is it 2%? Okay, maybe there is accounting for that. Say, like some other people with disabilities, they are not able to work, because of their disabilities. Okay, but it's still a low number. Have you achieved it as the public service? Most departments have not. Those who have, including the mother body, of the NYDA, or the executive authority of the NYDA, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. It is superficial compliance, whereby people are placed in entry-level positions with no prospect of promotion, upskilling, or anything, just to meet targets. And that is wrong. That is wrong, and I would like to discourage that. Because if you do something, it means that person is not, you actually did not want to include them, but because of the legislature forces you to do so. You have these people occupying lower positions. You see them as admin clerks, receptionists, and you say, no, we are compliant. You are not compliant. Because part of the transformation of economic conditions of our people is to empower them. You empower someone by giving them the opportunities to be their best versions of themselves. You know, if you can be the president of tomorrow, if I have the capabilities of assisting you reaching that, I should be intentional in me assisting with that. You know, you go to these departments. Do you have plans, training plans for these people that you have employed? Are you planning to give them bursaries to study further? No. And those are the issues that people have been tokenized in a way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the barriers, I think it's the ones that we already know. Access to buildings, information. You know, I was at this department, and there's one person there who's hard of hearing and communicates with sign language. And there's only one staff member in the department who's able to communicate with that person. Not only is this person isolated, management is not intentional about ensuring that this person is integrated into the staff. And what happens then when this one person is absent from work? Say now you have an emergency at work, you need to evacuate the building. That person doesn't hear anything, what's happening. Who's going to communicate to that person? You know?
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shibango.
Thank you, Chair. Bekswayo, sawubona.
Yebo mama.
As a youth, you know that in South Africa we are struggling with GBV, and the NYDA will try and resolve this in the youth in general. What do you think are the factors contributing to the GBV amongst the youth? And should you be employed in these agents, what do you think will do to actually try and deal with the problem as mentioned? Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, my Meshabango. You actually have my mother's surname. And yeah. With GPV, you know, I think the main issue is consequence management as a deterrent for GPV. You know, and in my experience and view, in this case of males physically abusing women, it's because of consequence management. They are not afraid of the consequences. I will make an example that someone may beat a female to say, I was drunk. If you beat people because they're drunk, why don't you start at the taverns or the spots where you hang out? Start beating people there. You won't do that because the people who are there are shy, you know? And you go to prey on these vulnerable people. because the consequences are not that much. And I think, yeah, here I might get some, yeah, because it's controversial. I think we need to effect some level of management of the death penalty in those offenses, you know. And GBV is not only about those cases of physical abuse, but something which I have come across in my research studies, we have a term called sextortion. Sextortion is whereby people go to places where they need service. May it be service in terms of maybe a clinic or they want employment. To gain access to those opportunities, someone working there will demand sexual favors from those people. And oftentimes, people end up giving in to those demands because they need help. And the issue there is consequence management again. Because as a person, an ordinary South African, when I go there, say I want employment, because of my situation, I am desperate for the opportunity. You know, and I believe that getting this opportunity will change my situation. And I have this person now who says, for me to be employed, permanently employed, or whatever the case may be, I need to do them sexual favors. You know, what is my recourse in that? Who do I report to say there's this person? And what is my protection in that? Am I going to, if I report this person, am I still going to get the services? Am I not going to be treated discriminately? You know, and I think this is where the NYDA sister can work with the NYDA, the Commission of Gender Equality, on drafting a policy around that, especially in the public service, to hold officials accountable for this and effect serious consequences for these practices. And I think we should advocate and create awareness around GPV, create safe spaces where people are able to share their experiences and they feel protected and supported. You know, let it be community-based social workers, psychologists, and the law shouldn't be so forgiving to offenders of GBV.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable, Honorable Shabanko and Honorable Pulvani.
Sorry, it's a follow-up. Down there in Komazi, in your area, a person you have never seen employment, what are the common causes or factors of GPV?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Generally, in the country, you talk to a person on the street, what are the common factors contributing to GPV, besides the sex extortion that you have mentioned?
I think one of the issues is substance abuse. May it be drugs or alcohol. And then the vulnerability or lack of protection thereof of young people in the legislation. I think now there's a common trend. I saw a statistic that said a large number of teachers have some form of a criminal record. And then now it gets me thinking about the safety of our children in schools. You know, there's this trend of teachers being in relationships with their learners. What is being done there? What is the consequences thereof? What is the Department of Education doing to rectify these situations and which eventually perpetuates the stats around teenage pregnancy, the risk and of HIV and AIDS and STIs. What is the Department of Basic Education and other stakeholders doing in that space. So to answer your question, I think mainly it is it is the abuse of substance abuse.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Polwani?
Thanks very much, Chair. Thobelang Ntate Mdluli, nna ke Honorable Polwane, member of this committee. My question is look like the same as the previous, but here I want you to be specific. What role can the NYDA play in addressing the violence in South Africa, in the whole country?
I think we can start by law enforcement, working with law enforcement. You know, my understanding of law enforcement is you're forcing the law. When you're forcing something, you don't negotiate with anyone, you know. And preventing GPV, if someone is found to be an offender or a perpetrator in that, and force the law and hold people accountable, you know. And some strategies there could be introducing spaces in our police stations, because I think also our police stations are not properly equipped to dealing with issues of gender-based violence. I know something they can tell you is that they don't get involved in domestic cases because this person may open a case in the morning and later come back and say something different. And to me, it doesn't matter if that person comes back and says something different. Crime was committed, you know, and there needs to be something there. And there is this something called Stockholm's syndrome. We need to recognize that, whereby the victim ends up, because of circumstances, ends up sympathizing with the perpetrator. And I think this is something our law enforcement is not able to recognize. And, you know, people stay in situations of GPV because of various reasons. One, because of they are not empowered. They are dependent on that person who's affecting them. And I think we need to do our utmost best in affording opportunities to vulnerable people, especially women in that space. You know, you say when you have your own money and you are free to make your own decisions and everything, and other influences, you know, I think this is one of the reasons why this case is never are resolved. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mdluli. Is there anything else that you would like to say at the end as we conclude?
No, but it is to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for the members and the questions. I wish we could have longer discussions because I have other ideas. Maybe some of them are maybe crazy, but in the interest of time, thank you. And to the young people who are watching this at home or wherever you are, let it be known that there's no one coming to save you, and do your best on what's available to you in your small corner. Take advantage of every opportunity that you have. Things are changing, you know. 10 years before now, I'm sure it would have been crazy to imagine that someone like me may be here. And when I mean someone like me, I mean someone disadvantaged. I don't have any political connection with anyone, you know. And I'm saying that it is possible. You can make it. Just do your best, you know. And I'm not speaking about being on the NYDA board and just in general. do your best. Take advantage of any opportunity that you see within your space, and remove this attitude to say you cannot do anything. You know, yesterday I visited this Indian guy, and I had a request from him, which they normally it is a cell phone shop, and I wanted him to do something for me, and I was not sure if I was going to get that assistance from him. But because he has this attitude to say I cannot do, I can do anything I want to, he was able to assist me. He didn't turn me back to say no, go to someone else, you know. Until something better comes your way, do what you can with what you have, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkluli, and thank you so much for sharing your passion and your idea and your insights with us. Thank you for coming to Parliament this morning. We really appreciate it, and please do keep up the good work that you're already doing in terms of inspiring young people in your own community. I think just to outline the process going forward, we will still be engaging as a portfolio committee with candidates for the next 2 days. Next week, we will deliberate on the interviews, and hopefully by Friday, we will be able to complete our work, which will entail a report that will serve in front of the National Assembly, where we will be recommending hopefully 10 candidates to serve on the next NYDA Board. It will then be going to the Office of the President of the Republic, where President Ramaphosa will exercise his prerogative and then appoint 7 members to serve on the next NYDA Board. But thank you again, and safe travels, and we hope to meet again. Thank you. Mr. Ifran Mangera. You'll be interested to note that this was the candidate that received the most positive comments from the public after we published his CV online. So most welcome this morning, sir. Thank you for coming to Parliament. Thank you for availing yourself to serve on the National Youth Development Agency, or to be a candidate to serve. We regard this public entity as one of the most important public entities because of its mandate, because of the work that it's got to do in serving all young people in South Africa. And it is expected to tackle all the challenges that young people face. You are here this morning to engage with us on exactly those issues, or this afternoon. So do feel comfortable, please relax. And maybe just at the outset, I'm Liesel van der Merwe, I'm the chairperson of this portfolio committee. I'm with honourable members who serve on the portfolio committee of women, youth and persons with disabilities. We are also with our support staff. Your interview will be about 40 minutes. All honourable members will be able to engage with you. You'll have about 3 minutes to answer the questions. If you're not sure about whether you're over time, just you can look towards my side and I'll give you an indication. So most welcome. Please just start with telling us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, why you're passionate about youth development issues, and why you would like to be considered to serve on the next NYDA board.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the honourable members who are here today. I have to be the guy between you and lunch, so I'll try to be as precise as possible. My name is Irfan Mangera of the Mangeras of 14th Street, Fitas of Fridadop, which was an area forcibly removed or to the area of Lenasia. And I hail from that family. I come from a background of social justice and activists who have been in politics, in sport, and so on. I'm an activist, human rights educator, community builder, and servant leader. And I start there because if we are not rooted, who are we? And so I hope in the next 2 minutes to explain just a bit more of what led me to this point. I have served over the last 15 to 16 years in a number of different roles, in NGOs, in movements, in different capacities, in governance as well. This has led me to wanting to become a teacher. The passion for working with young people was driven through that. But at my first year of university, Fees Must Fall broke out. And as you know, this is the 10th year of that. And it was a fundamental moment for me as a young person, shaping my consciousness and understanding of what the inequalities look like in South Africa and what we should be doing to solve it. I'll just name 3 specific experiences that I think are worth noting. One is that I soon decided that I don't want to go to a school. I want to make systemic change, and therefore joined the Kathrada Foundation as a program officer and thereafter a program manager, with the task and mandate to get young people as active citizens in their communities under the legacy of the late Ahmed Kathrada by the year 2029, which should have been his centenary year. The task was 100 youth activist clubs to mobilize and conscientize young people in a non-partisan way to do work in communities. The next big thing that led from there, because of the work in communities, was seeing that young people are disjointed. They're not connecting with other young people, and there's potential power in connecting them. And so that's what led to the National Youth Coalition being founded and formed. And I spent over 2 years working with young people across over 100 different civic groups, NGOs, and organizations to make sure that their voices are heard and taking forward the issues to the president himself under the banner of the Youth Parade for Justice and Change. I will end by saying the standout for me that brought me to this seat today in front of you was the Future Elect program, the public leaders program, that got me thinking about the role of public leaders and what a new generation of leaders and ethical leaders should be doing. But secondary to that is, how do we get a mandate from young people and go and serve in the institutions we're saying are failing us, so that we ourselves are bold and courageous enough to take the step and not keep shouting that the thing is failing, but not willing to do the work necessary to sort it out ourselves. And that's what brought me to the seat, because I think the NYDA is the prime and most important agency, like the Honourable Chair mentioned, focused on youth development and putting forward the priorities of young people in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Honourable Shamango.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And Honourable Fisani Shabangu. Forgive me, I won't be able to pronounce your name correctly, so I rather skip it. My question will be on the National Health, on the NYDA Act. I'm sorry for that. Talk to this committee about your understanding of the NYDA functions in relation to the NYDA Act. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks, Honourable Member. The NYDA Act is an important one that I watched grow over time as a young person. I've never interacted with the NYDA, or at least it wasn't a big feature in my life as a young person up until this point. And I think that's what also got me interested to understand why. So the functions of the NYDA clearly outline that you meant to build, develop, innovate programs at both local and provincial level. The Act gives a mandate to this agency to carry out collaboration efforts between youth and civil society, to become the lobbyist, the chief lobbyist of young people between all departments of the government, but also of the private sector, where a lot of resources are sitting. And so that mandate has been broad, and I think last year's amendment spoke to a bit more about the functioning, to be more specific. And I'll speak about those specific ones now, because young people are looking for hope. And the NYDA's mandate is to make sure that there's programs for job seeking, there's programs for funding, to exercise their interest in entrepreneurship and so on. And so for me, that mandate has been about the primary objective to drive youth development in this country and facilitate the coordination between all stakeholders of society to make sure young people are heard and that they are fully developed for their full prosperity.
Thank you so much. Honourable Pulwani.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings, Mr. Mangera. Good day. My question, you elaborate on the Act. My question is that what strategy would you devise to ensure the agency effectively implement the youth development program? Yes.
Thanks, Honourable Member. I think we've seen some significant shifts of the NYDA over the last few years. There's a particular member that I want to raise or highlight here that I draw significant similarities to in many ways. Coming from civil society, coming from an activist background, one of the last board members was Pearl Pillay, who represented in many ways civil society at the board. And you started seeing a shift in how the NYDA interacted with stakeholders, particularly civil society, in the last three years. And I'm saying this because that was a showcase of effective leadership, but strategy that meets that leadership. And what that did was promote the NYDA in a space that they were often in an antagonizing relationship with. And so for me, coming in here, particularly with an education background, I think the one area of focus that the NYDA hasn't explored and innovated around has been education. Yes, there's a Solomon Mahlangu Fund, which is important, but a strategy for me would be ensuring that the key policy in the number one policy or priority in the national youth policy is also supported by the NYDA, which is about quality education, giving access to skills. And I think you've seen snippets of work with the different CETAs, but there's a lot more that can be done around innovation with teachers, programs that can support after-school skills, using skill centers, using local municipality halls to promote the kind of skills exchange and transfer. So for me, that would be how I transform the skills and capacity I have into very practical ways at the NYDA.
Thanks so much. Honourable Tiamo. Tsotsi.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to you as our candidate. I've been trying to practice your name, Irfan. Irfan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So my name is Tiamo Tsotsi. Now, any of you, are you convinced that the NYDA is able to perform its mandate efficiently? And if yes, how do you think they are doing so? If no, what do you think are the shortcomings and what are your proposals to strengthen them? And if you can assist us by providing also the practical maneuvers which you think that they can be able to put in place. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Tiamo. So I think there's no simple answer to this. You can't say yes or no and expect an in-depth answer. For me, I've said there's progress that I've seen happening at the NYDA. You're starting to see some of the seeds planted years ago shooting. But whether it is effective, I don't think so. I think there's a lot more that can be done to make this more impactful on the ground. And so the one thing I sit with a lot is whether or not the expectations and the interest of young people on the ground is being met by the agency responsible. And how do we make sure that that expectation is met by actual deliverable programs that have budgets for it. And so one, I'd say the shortcoming is that there's never enough budget. You never go, every department will be requiring or asking for budget. And in the case of the NYDA, there is a substantial budget. But how is that used and how do you capacitate with further collaborations with the private sector? So I think one way of doing this is to build more relationships, sign more MOUs with other actors in society so that we can draw resources to fund these programs. The second is, you know, the NYDA is meant to be the chief lobbyist of young people. And so you have Department of Transport, Tourism, Department of Energy, areas where the economy and industrial plans are being put forward. How do we then use this NYDA body to go and lobby each department, like we've had in the past, gender sensitivity budgets, to have youth sensitivity budgets? Because it's not simply the role of the NYDA. The youth policy and the NYDA Act speaks of the NYDA being a lobbyist and being someone that coordinates between every department. And so we need to get to a point that says, we have links to all the legislatures, we have links to all the departments, and we are able to work with those DGs and work with various task teams that are already in place and not recreate the wheel, to then say, what are we allocating towards young people? And how do we make sure this is in line with the broader strategy on youth development? So that's just some of the insight I can share. I mean, we can go further about the specific programs, but I don't know if you'd want me to at this point, Honorable Member. Sure. So one of the things that I come from, or my background that I come from, is service to communities and the power of volunteerism. Many of you are members of parties or NGOs where you volunteer your time and expertise. And I think for young people, how do we encourage that level of participation in society? And that starts at your local soup kitchen, that starts at your local sports club. One of my background is in sports and cricket specifically. By the time I had left the club after being elected there at the age of 16, there were over 100 players who I had mobilized to join the club. And this was primarily because we said sports is a vehicle for change and we should get young people involved in that. And so service is in many different ways. I will add to that there's no shortage of work in our communities at all. Every community we come from, there's work to be done. Whether the roads are not tarred or whether there's lights or there's issues of cleanliness, that is potentially a work opportunity. How do we translate that into a program of action that gets our municipalities working, but gets young people opportunities to learn skills and add value to their lives? So I'd leave it there, Honorable Member. I hope that covers some of what I wanted to speak about from youth service perspective.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'm not sure if it's good afternoon. I'm sure it's good afternoon to the candidate, and we wish you luck in this process. My name is Tsokofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a disabled member of this portfolio committee of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question would then, apologies, sorry, Chair.
No problem. Take your time.
Apologies for that.
No.
Apologies for that. Okay. Thank you very much. I do sincerely apologize for that. No. My question would be, that the perception that has been, or the overview perception of young people has been that the NYDA services a particular segment or section of young people in South Africa. Now, in your view, what can we do, or what can be done to change this particular narrative, as it is seen as a very negative narrative? So we want to translate the negative narrative into a positive. In your view, again, what can be done?
Thanks, Honourable Member, and I hope you're okay.
Thank you.
So I've been one of the people who has raised that view as well in many ways. The National Youth Coalition, and particularly the Youth Day Parade for Justice and Change, where the first one was about over 2,000 young people marching to the union buildings, and the year after over 4,000. And one of the fundamental perceptions and feelings from all young people there was that we need to ensure that the board and the institution as a whole is something we can trust in. And unfortunately, it's not a question just on trust for this board. I think there's research shows that across the board, we're finding the research showing that people have lost trust in institutions. And it's not just a South African problem, it's a global one. And I think with that attack on democratic institutions and institutions like the NYDA, we need to make sure the safeguards are in place. So for me, the NYDA, how do you protect it and how do you uphold trust and how do you make it more relevant to young people and that it appeals to every young person and not just a small segment? One is that we recognize that this body is a political body. It's appointed, at least the board is appointed by this body in Parliament, but when we are in the office of the NYDA, we're not there carrying regalia of any particular party or any particular movement. We're there to serve in the interests of all young people as constitutionally mandated. And I think for us to get into the frame of thought that says young people with disabilities are young people who must also be included. Young people who belong to different sexual orientations, different religious groups, and different party affiliations should also be feeling like there's an institution that cuts across all people, all young people, and supports them in their needs. So it's not biased to one or the other. And perhaps I could lean into what good governance speaks about. When you have fair processes that are not swayed in any particular way, these processes then benefit young people and start changing that perception, because you know when you apply for something, you're not, and in many instances across South Africa and the world, you find that the acts of corruption, young women are forced to sleep for a job with somebody, or there's a particular party member who wants access. So I think broadly, when we want to build a truly African, innovative, and excellent institution, we have to make sure that the very fundamentals of good governance are in place, and that the programs speak directly to the needs of those young people. I don't think the NYDA can execute its full mandate as it is with the resources constraint, but I do think that it is potentially possible for the NYDA to become a vehicle in which we can coordinate better delivery of youth development outcomes and make sure that the money that is already deployed in different departments is matched with the real feel in communities. And so I hope that answers your question, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mabel?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mangera, ne?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mangera, good afternoon. I'm Honorable Khotana, a member of this committee. I'll just go straight to the question, Mr. Mangera. In order to give effective to the mandate of the NYDA, how are you going to ensure that the NYDA, under your leadership as a board member, will consistently abide and be guided by the principles of youth development without any prejudice?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Honourable Member. And I think for me, what's consistent is my life of service. And the reason why there was that many public comments in the space of a week and a half wasn't that I've lobbied and campaigned. It was just because the networks and organizations I've worked for and with had trusted me to do the right thing. I've built that trust over years of service, and I don't mean to betray that trust anytime soon. And so for me, the consistency in how I approach leadership is key. But I want to allude to a real life experience. And so both when I led the Kathrada Foundation Youth Program, it was an important one for not just myself and the organization, but how do we reinstill values of active citizenry in young people, of contributing and being dutiful, not just to themselves, but to their families and the communities that they come from. And so for me, those principles are shared by my real life activism. In any week, you will find me engaged in some form of networking, community building, and or collaboration, because I feel fundamentally it's about how do we ensure young people are front and center to the agenda. And the youth activism program ensured that hundreds of young people who joined our membership program were trained, were workshopped, we mobilized, conscientized, and took young people on various tours of Robben Island, of history museums, because it helped us ensure that young people carry the baton forward from the past, but re-innovate what we want to move forward towards. And that program also had a significant underpinning. And that was because of the nature of my leadership, saying that we are a non-partisan organization. And it doesn't matter if you belong to the EFF or the DA or the Action SA or any other party. When you come to join this movement and join this club, you are here for your building your community and ensuring that everyone in the community benefits from our programs. So in that way, I ensured that we were consistent in our approach, that all young people must feel belonging, all young people must develop, and we must try as best as possible with whatever minimum resources we had to execute that mandate.
Thank you so much. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Irfan. I must say you've got a very impressive CV. It comforts us to see young people who are dedicated to social justice, and we wish you all the best. I've just got a quick one for you. I wonder if you've interacted with the board charter, and if you have, perhaps list the procedures for me for board member evaluation and performance assessment. And then towards the end, perhaps tell us, do you think it pushes board members to go beyond their fiduciary responsibilities and duties? If so, how and why do you think that? If not, why? And again, why don't you think that? So please take us through the board charter. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I can say, and humbly, that it's not something I'm as familiar with, but I have served on boards. And both as somebody who has to account to a board directly and someone who served on a board in which I had to ensure that the fiduciary duties were taken care of and executed. And I'll give you the example of this perhaps as an understanding of how I see being a board member. One such experience was when we had the executive authority of the organization saying that there was a worker at the organization who had 3 strikes already, and they were ready to terminate the contract. It was intervention by myself sitting on the HR team with the co-chair who said, we need to ensure fairness of process, fairness of procedure when we come to how we execute this mandate. And so after transparently engaging both parties, we found that there was no real justification for that worker to be dismissed, and we reinstated that worker with immediate effect. And this was as a result of my understanding that board members are there for oversight, for monitoring and evaluation, but who must also carry the values of integrity so that it's not just your personal integrity, but the integrity of the institution that must bear the criticism of the public who appointed us to serve on that board. I will also say, within that experience is understanding financial management and controls. And fiduciary duties means that, you know, if something goes wrong there, you as a person will also be held accountable to that. And so I've been very strict in my own mannerisms. Thankfully, the likes of Lalu Isuchiba, who was a member here in this parliament many years ago, the late Lalu Chiba, he was somebody who worked through the foundation as a veteran who said, no matter if it's 5.21 Rand, that 5.21 Rand must be accounted for. And that has been a consistent principle throughout my adult life, that no matter what you have been given, it's a public trust. And perhaps I can also add that religiously I've been through the school of thought that said when you're given something of responsibility, that trust must not be misplaced. And so you have to do everything in your power to make sure you uphold that trust. If that means stepping down, that must also be an execution. I hope I tried to attempt to answer that question.
Sorry, Chair. I think you did try, but maybe I must just make it so you have not interacted with the board charter of the NYDA.
To a degree, I've read briefly 2 years back.
Okay.
I've
No,
not
that's fine.
actually gone through it this time.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Leklape.
Good afternoon. Irfan Magyar.
Afternoon.
I'm Jose Leklape. I'm an alternate member of the committee. One of the main objectives of the NYDA Act is to develop an integrated youth development plan and strategy, to develop guidelines for implementation of the strategy and make recommendations to the President. Can you elaborate on your understanding of the integrated youth development strategy and why the strategy is important?
Thanks, Honourable Member. So earlier I alluded to the mandate and functions of the Act. The Act draws some of its direction, rather, from the policy. If you ask me in full honesty, do I think the current policy as it stands, or if we solve it by 2030, or if we execute all of it, will it achieve the outcomes we want of young people being active contributors to society, of them having jobs and so on? I don't think so. I don't think it has the full meat to support the kind of objectives we have to work towards. And so that plan is important, and I think we really have to go a bit more in depth about how potentially we could shift that, because mainstreaming, which is one of the first things about that policy and that plan, is not happening. We don't see real coordination happening between different entities of government. We see, for example, there's a big budget in the presidency which is working towards employment and the youth service program, but how is it connected to every other department? And I don't think we're achieving that fundamentally. I think there's more work that needs to be done to get that coordination and at least creating a mechanism that works in the best interest of young people. I will say that some of the ideas I've been working or thinking about, particularly on the priority one of that strategy and policy about education, because it shouldn't be that 30 to 40% of grade 3s are sitting without reading unable to read for meaning. It shouldn't be that we're speaking about outcomes at the end by trying to put, bandages over deep wounds. And I say this because there's a number that all of us should be thinking about that keeps us up at night, which is 4 million. There's almost 4 million young people who are not in any form of education, employment, or training at all. And this means that what's the questions around where are they? How do we find them? How do we help them? And what needs to be done at all levels of our state, and including that of the private sector. And so I'm saying the 4 million because need is not something fully captured in there. I will say that it worries me as an educator that we've also not done sufficient work to mitigate against school dropout. 200,000 year-on-year learners are being lost into the system. We don't know where they are because of multiple reasons, structural reasons, familial reasons of young people leading childhood households, violence potentially of why young people retreat out of schools, issues of hunger. And those are things that all affect the development, not just of that person and the family. And we must uphold, one, the dignity, but for the rest of us as policymakers and advocates, it's a bigger structural economic problem, because you now have to reinvest in mitigating problems at the end of the channel, rather than making sure there's an investment in ECD so that the development outcomes of young people are met as they should meet at a global standard. And so I've raised some of those, particularly in education, because I'm passionate about it. I think there's room for how do we support our teachers, look at potential curriculum changes. There's some NGOs that I've worked with that have embarked on some of these projects. I think some of the members here are familiar with the Zero Dropout campaign and Youth Capital. Those are organizations that have already worked on research reports that are very helpful to understand the full arena of this problem. Honorable Member, I hope I've attempted to answer sufficiently. But on strategy, as a young person who's also been involved in NGO strategy, I think the NYDA now has to pivot to a point where it's in its vision statement, in its mission statement, speaks about an activist-orientated board. And that means not waiting for things to happen. And not, it's important to have events, and I think we all recognize we host events in our communities and so on. It's part of how we connect and create belonging. But what we need to move towards is a deep investment in real programs that are met with KPIs for the staff who are employed to achieve it, programs that are developmental and have specific outcomes. So if it's an issue of education, are we meeting all the outcomes we've set for that particular year and term? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kandile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Mangera. I am Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio. I can see that you have taken your level of your activism to another level. Reading that page, if I was not registered to vote, I'd definitely make sure I go and get myself registered. I love the other one also that speaks to Thursday is in Black, towards a world without rape and violence. It speaks to this portfolio committee. The question that I have for you, Mr. Mangera, is what are the key best attributes of a NYDA board member? And what, in your own understanding, are the roles and responsibilities of the NYDA board?
So, twofold. I think I'll start with why the type of characteristics of a board member. It's important that a board member represents the hopes and aspirations, because part of its mandate is that you are representing young people of this country. But what does that look like? It's, for me, accountability, integrity. It's somebody who is trusted to go and work with the money that has been afforded to it through the public and execute the mandates afforded to them. So one is a trustworthy kind of candidate who has sympathy and support of constituents. I will also add that accountability doesn't just simply look like, have I just accounted for that money, but what am I going above and beyond? And so for me, like I mentioned just now, an activist board is what I'd love to have as an NYDA, whether it's me or others who are being interviewed, so that we have go-getters, people who are innovative and not waiting for stuff to happen. Part of that is trustworthiness and a transparent leader. A leader who's not going to hide behind meanders and in the past, as we've said, good jargon that comes with often being in the space. Say it like it is, give young people a mandate, don't tell any lies, and don't claim victories that are not yours to claim. So that's the one part of the question. Can I please ask for the second one?
I need you to tell us now. I need you to tell us the roles and responsibilities of the NYDA board.
Sure. So I think the board as a whole is appointed through this body as an executive. Two of the members at least serve at a very executive role, which is full-time. The rest of the board are there to ensure that there's effective governance being run. I think over and above that, any role of a board is about effective oversight, monitoring, And I'll put 4 pillars to guide this answer. One is, do we understand the purpose of a board? So a board member should understand what organization they're part of, and in this case, it's about youth development and furthering the cause of young people in this country. The second is about people. Do we understand the people we report to, the people who we're mandated to serve, and the people who guide our work? So that's the second pillar. The third would be about process. Board members are entrusted to make sure that processes are in place that governs the entire organization fairly and properly. That I can go on and speak about, like I mentioned just now, in my experience working at an NGO board. But that process is about whether the application comes in and has a clear pathway of who hires, who fires, a clear pathway of who's accountable for particular resources, particular operational and assets of the organization. And the last one is performance. So the 4 Ps, performance really speaks about, are we meeting our targets? The board is not meant to interfere in operational work on the day-to-day. And so does the CEO account? Does the CFO account? Does the COO account? Are the senior management officials employed in the correct way? Are they ensured protection through proper HR and so on? And so for me, those 4 pillars have guided at least all my experience with boards and governance structures. And I think that really is the basis point for how any board member should operate going into the NYDA. Outside of that, it's also about the trust question that came earlier from the honorable member of why the board is considered to be just for one party and not another, or one group of youth and not the other. Trust is the fact that you all have placed a trust on the members you've recommended to the president to deploy. And I'd say that trust means you are ambassador of an organization, not merely of the NYDA, but ultimately of this parliament, of this committee who has screened and gone through the process, the laborious process of our CVs, making sure that there's safety checks and so on. And so that being an ambassador really means carrying forward the full brand and the hopes and aspirations of young people.
Thank you so much. Honourable Spies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mangera. I've really listened very attentively to your responses, and I must say I really share your approach on an activist-orientated board. It is really, it's a non-negotiable. It should be really that. Also, your passion for education, having been a former educator, I think that is key to a number of issues. My question will be around the integrated youth development strategy. And I would like you to list some of the youth target groups that is identified within the strategy, and what the strategy proposes, where immediate attention should be given to, and to which prioritized youth target groups. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, honourable member. So the 4, at least 5 areas that I think the youth strategy speaks about, like I mentioned, education. The other is the economic transformation, job creation, and entrepreneurship. Third being your mental health and well-being, physical health and well-being. You have your 4th being your, sorry, I just went blank. The 5th one being your youth machinery. And then your 4th one, very key one, your social cohesion and nation building work. Now, underpinned in all of that is understanding what the vulnerable groups of youth that exist. And we particularly look at young people between, I'd say 15 and 24 as a core group, but I want to specifically speak to youth with disabilities, queer youth, etc. Now, I've worked with, and I've done a number of workshops and engagements at GISWA. It's a school in Asia for differently abled people, but also we have regular engagements with groups in civil society of who work with young people who are disabled. And the challenges are immense. Young people the barriers to entry to jobs are too high. There's no access often because they'll be excluded from even dropping their CV off immediately. So for me, those are priority groups, vulnerable groups, as a result of the fact that if you are threatened for your life, as a human being, you will be thinking about issues of suicide and so on. And so I've experienced that in my short history on this earth, that young people in that vulnerable group have unfortunately been at the short end of this short stick as well, because young people already are considered as a side to development rather than a mainstream part of development. And as a result, I think the targets for vulnerable groups like the queer community, like youth with disabilities are a problem. I will add to that some of the work being done around socialization, around thinking on how do we mitigate the violence, but also create opportunities. And so there's some really innovative stuff happening already. I've met a tech company yesterday, for example, who's already created over 400 job opportunities, who's incubated at least 5 companies. And that is a healthy way to start investing in hubs where young people can coordinate work, but can also be invested in by the private sector, because they're not doing as much as they should. And part of that problem is because we've not lobbied for the private sector to spend CSI funding on real development objectives. And so even from a perspective of a disabled young person looking for a job, how do we incentivize and make sure that those corporates understand that this is a young person who has every right to be working and every right to be part and parcel of that economic opportunity? So I'd say that those are the groups that I'm concerned about. But overall, as it stands, young people in general are just a vulnerable group as it stands because of how deep the crisis has been in our society.
Thank you so much. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Mangera. I'm Jasmine Peterson, the youngest member of Parliament and a member of this committee. You mentioned having met a tech company. My question to you today is, how does limited access to technology affect youth in South Africa? And what role can technology play in addressing social issues among youth in South Africa? Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member, and it's good to see young people in Parliament. I did send a message. It was on social media when you got appointed, so thank you for leading in many ways. Outside of that, let me attempt to answer this question from different angles. One of the biggest threats to democracy today is the rise of an architecture that potentially we as human beings may not even be able to control. And I'm raising this because the threat of artificial intelligence potentially can shift how democracy functions at a very basic level. And so, yes, there's an importance for tech, and I've advocated for Wi-Fi being free and available, especially at municipal, local level, or townships where we come from, are yearning for access to internet. And in many ways, there's a project we worked with, well, I helped from the side with PlanAct. I don't know if members are aware of it, but it's about digitizing the addresses of townships. And so what does that do? Digitizing means that there's ease of access for health services, for example. An ambulance can access the area, they know where to go, and that response time helps potentially save that life. But from a young person's potential for accessing the economic system, it also means that they can start trading, because suddenly you have a form that says this is where you stay. You can start trading more effectively because your ability to get goods delivered to you or get goods sold out is easier. And so we've seen models where that has worked. Tembelishle on the border of Lenasia, where I come from, is one of those areas where there's been an investment in that kind of digitizing process. In other areas you've seen, like the city of Joburg has piloted the Wi-Fi program, and many young people use it. But I will say that tech is not just the answer. It has to be a suite of support, because if you're a young person and you're looking for a job, the cost of job seeking is just too high. Yes, you may have a CV and you need data to email, but you also need to know that you have to print that, you have to travel often 2-3 taxis to get to the place to deliver it, and sometimes those barriers are a real challenge. So for me, I will be a big advocate for tech, particularly around Wi-Fi, but with caution, because I think at the level of advancement we're getting with AI, we are not even sure that there are safeguards to protect us. And so we need to also think about the future of work and whether or not this advancement is actually taking away from young people's ability to do the work. And so it is a concern, because in a country where unemployment is so high, this potentially could make it even worse.
Thank you so much. I think we are out of time, but I do see that there is a request for a follow-up if it's very short.
It's very short, Chair. Sorry, Chair, because I'm taking notes, so I don't want to misrepresent the candidate when we reflect. Because I heard you say something, talk about the strategy and the act, and I wanted to test your understanding from a legislative framework point of view, if you understand the relationship between the integrated development youth strategy, the act, and the policy. I think that's you can use one of the pointers to just explain that you understand the relationship between the integrated youth strategy, the act, and the policy, so that when I take my notes, I don't misrepresent you. Thank you.
Sure. No, thanks, Honourable Member. So the Act really is what governs the NYDA. The mandate, constitutionally mandated from this body, to carry out the work and the functions of the agency itself. A strategy that has been derived as a result of different consultations was really the guideline on how do we achieve what is being set out for at least the short to mid-term to long-term goals. And thereafter, the policy is more of a guideline, a framework that says this is what we should achieve across all spheres of government. And so in that perspective, one is you have a legislated body to execute the mandate, but the other two are supplementary to it. It guides and gives direction to the organization, which is the NYDA, to go out and execute.
Mr. Mangera, is there anything that you would like to say in closing?
Yes, Honourable Member. I hope I don't take too much time, but it's just 2 specific points. Regardless of this outcome, I'm deeply worried about the state of youth. And I think this particular portfolio committee has the potential to showcase something new and innovative for this democracy. And I'm not going to say in an era of GNU, but I will say in an era of hopelessness and despair. There's potential to get young people registered to vote. And I think my ask, or at least my appeal to you as a committee, is potentially putting forward the debate, or at least a bill, to get young people registered and put forward more resources towards civic education, because we are deeply, deeply in a mess when it comes to that area of democracy and young people's active participation. And I think it will benefit all your parties and democracy as a whole. And so for one, that's a small ask on my side. The second, Honourable Member, is to thank the staff and the support staff, because yes, we've thanked you as Honourable Members, but often this process was so long and tedious, so thanks to them, but also to the many young people who gave me the honour of nudging me and pushing me in this direction, who have called on me to lead them, but particularly thanks to my friends and family, because without communities, we can't be leading ourselves alone. So I would like to thank them deeply.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mangera. I think just from our side, thank you for sharing your insights and your passion with us. I think some of the ideas that you've shared with us were very valuable, and it was a great pleasure to interact with you. I think when you speak about a threat to our democracy, definitely youth unemployment is one of those threats to our democracy. And we really do take, the advice or the encouragement that this portfolio committee must do more in this 7th administration to deal with some of these issues. To that end, for example, we have asked our department to expedite the youth development bill. But thank you just for the passion that you've got for young people. I think passion is very key to anything that we do, and you've clearly displayed that today. So thank you very much from all of us, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you for being a servant leader in your community. Just to outline the processes going forward, we will now complete the work in terms of our interviews over the next 2 days. Next week, we should be deliberating on the candidates, and from there, we will be, as you have mentioned, compile a report which will serve in the National Assembly and which will then go to the President of the Republic, where he will decide on which candidates will serve on the next NYDA board. But thank you for your time and travel safely, and it was a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Colleagues, good afternoon. We've got two new members of Parliament joining us. The Chairperson of Justice, I want to just ask that you introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I am Kola Ngola, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice. I'm with Honorable Nomasondo Mutaung. We are just here to support your work. We're not going to do anything.
A great work of the committee, thank you.
Yeah.
You are most welcome.
Sure.
Good afternoon again, honourable members. We are with our next candidate, again from the best province in the country, KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sibusiso Makatini. You are most welcome, and please do feel relaxed. You are in the People's Parliament, it's your parliament. So please, you are most welcome. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And thank you very much for putting your name forward to be considered as one of the candidates to serve on the National Youth Development Agency. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of this portfolio committee. I'm with honourable members of Parliament of the portfolio committee on women, youth and persons with disabilities. They will all introduce themselves when they ask you questions. Just to give you an outline of how we will proceed, we'll have about 40 minutes to engage with you. So it means you'll have about 3 minutes to answer your questions to each member. If you're not sure about your time, just look towards my side and I'll be able to give you an indication of whether you're over your time or within your time limits. So I'll just keep on guiding you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson. I just wanted to put this out to the committee that I have disability where I startle when I talk, so being gingis. So can you put, I wanted to put that into consideration first, so maybe can we be understanding when maybe I'm having that moment?
No, that's absolutely, thank you for making us aware, and of course there's no problem with that at all. So then we will not be putting time limits on your answers. Yes, Honourable?
No, thank you, Chair. Perhaps just for the record, and so that we can hear the beautiful voice, the person that is accompanying for the Chair of Justice Committee should probably be given an opportunity to also introduce herself as we did yesterday.
So you want a beautiful voice?
I want to hear it. Thank you, Chair.
You are destabilizing as Honourable Nonzi, and you yourself are new. It's fine. Let's hear your beautiful voice then, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nomasonto Mutaumi, a member in the Justice Committee.
Thank you. You're most welcome. So back to you, sir. Definitely, then take your time. Please don't feel nervous at all. Now's your opportunity to tell us who you are, where you come from, why you would like to be considered to serve on the National Youth Development Agency. You can tell us a little bit about your passions, maybe just what motivated you to want to serve. Now is your opportunity.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. Thank you for the chance to speak and to be part of this process. My name is Sibusiso Makatini. I'm a person living with disability. I was born with disability. My lower limbs are both affected from birth. I move around using crutches. I hold a junior degree majoring in industrial psychology and management, and I have an honors degree an honors degree from the University of UNISA in business management. So when I was growing up, I had issues when it comes to accessing education, when it comes to opportunities, when I had issues when it comes to getting into education, to get into opportunities maybe that could uplift me as a person. Luckily, I had the support of certain people around with my family and maybe the neighborhood I grew up in. So that is what shaped my activism. So when I got into university, in the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I had an opportunity and a chance to join an organization called the Differentially Able Student Association. That's where we dealt with helping people with disability access the university, having access to to venues having assistive devices, and just pushing the narrative and including people with disabilities. Up there, I played an active role member, a board member, where we were able to lobby private stakeholders to assist in maybe getting assistive devices. So assistive devices are like maybe your recorders, your canes, your electrical wheelchair. And another success story there was we were able to make sure that we get a land that's accommodative for everyone, regardless of the disability, even if they're blind. There was JAWS. And then I left university. I had the opportunity to work for the Department of Public Works, where I worked under two sections. The section of people with youth and people with disabilities. There we advocated for the youth, the youth and the disabled to be included and to be accommodated within the institution. We also then ensured that maybe they hired them and they gave them an opportunity to be hired. But then we didn't only focus on the employability of them. We also went into communities where we were helping the youth become entrepreneurs, and incapacitating them from the first level, from registering a company to writing a business plan and to doing a tender document. Another success story there, we were able to lobby the MANCO at the time and the people that were in management to have a percentage where they included the youth and people with disabilities when it comes to tenders. And lastly, I left and where we had a disability app. This disability app I left when it was still in the planning phase. I know now that it's more in the finalization stage, where it allows a person with disability that cannot access the university to not access the public service to able to apply and to able to get job opportunities. And they also took part in the disability forums, and also played a huge role in there. And another thing is that the reason why I want to join the board is because I want to close the gap and anchor the gap of not having someone with a disability. I want people with disabilities to have access, by using the NYDA, have access to opportunities of entrepreneurship, have access to entrepreneurship, to job readiness programs that will help them and equip them. And I feel like with all the all the projects I've done, they've given me the experience to help other disabled people, and I just want to give back to the disabled people at large. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini, for that. I will start with Honorable Chauke Adonis or Honorable Tsiamo Sotetsi.
Thank you, Chair, and Holas Buddha. Now, as Bo, you have a very impressive track record of service, according to what you articulate, according to what is written in your resume. Could you just take us on board on your understanding of the NYDA Act and the functionalities of the NYDA as a board?
Okay, so the NYDA is pushing for youth development. Last year, there was an amendment of the Act which then put focus, I think, on four things for me. Is to push youth into entrepreneurship, to push youth into job opportunities, to then create jobs, job creation, create jobs with collaborating with other stakeholders, and all that packaging sets for economic transformation. So I believe that the NYDA is an organization that's well in place to ensure that we give opportunities to people and is not prejudiced based on a disability, or maybe based on the fact that they live far, or maybe they not have access to certain things. So that's how, so it governs us, and through different programs that are part of the NYDA that speaks to skills development and speaks to different trainings, it helps and assists us and the government into reaching the goals of the National Youth Development Plans, which speaks on education skills, maybe ensuring that people have good access to good education, and also ensure that people, through social cohesion, are able to sit around and have ideas and health and well-being to make sure that they have access to the facilities and are well as mentally, in order for them to contribute into the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to our candidate. Thank you. Good afternoon to our candidate. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a disabled member of this portfolio committee of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question to you would be, in your opinion, what would be some of your interventions or strategies in ensuring that the NYDA is able to implement the programs of young people successfully?
Okay, so that, for me, it looks at firstly having good leadership, so having good corporate leadership. So the people that are in place need to firstly be people that are accountable, be people that are passionate about the youth, and be people that are proactive in looking for solutions to push the youth into job opportunities, into entrepreneurship. So with my experience when working with the department under the section for youth and people with disabilities, what I've noticed is that we had programs that targeted youth and people with disabilities, but it was upon our discretion to call the NYDA. There was no legal authority to put in place where because I feel like the NYDA should be part of every youth development in all departments, because NYDA is not an entity of the government alone. It encompasses all other stakeholders that need to all come together into making sure that we reach the goals that's so. So that's the first one. There will be, make sure that there is a legal authority that's put in place that NYDA needs to be part of. It needs to be part of the planning, needs to be part of when they use the budget. That will also help in our budget constraints of maybe the small budget we have, maybe to use it in other places. And another thing that I would do is have a disability structure within the NYDA. The NYDA has offices is well versed now. It has offices in close to 9 regions. So they have a footprint in many other places. So in having the structure, we will maybe help people in getting access to education, because as a disabled person, it's so hard to get into just education. It's so hard to access entrepreneurship opportunities. It's so hard even to go network, because sometimes maybe you need to go have transport to go and have network. And another thing, sometimes maybe you get there and it's not accommodating for you. Maybe it's the material is not there for Braille. It's not in Braille. It's not enlarged. Maybe someone that's deaf that's there there's no interpreter. So I believe in having a structures will be able to bring other stakeholders together to help us to ensure that people are helped and we are able to reach the goals we need to reach as a government. And lastly is to funding. I think funding is I think it doesn't cover all the people in terms like let's say maybe the arts or people that it only maybe covers people that are entrepreneurship or maybe people that want to maybe get into job opportunities, but like the arts are left behind. So maybe I would put more emphasis in the arts being in place and people more that are informal that maybe don't have an education but have a passion and they're good. Maybe I'll put them together in a group where they're organized and maybe like maybe there are people with disabilities that aren't academically inclined and maybe but they're good with using their hands. But then there's no place that's well organized and that has a legal authority like the NYDA to create stuff and to do stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much. I've just got one very quick, simple question. Thank you, Mr. Makatini. I think I did say this to the other candidate that it really gives us comfort to see, persons with disability availing themselves for such institutions, especially because the previous board didn't have any representation to that effect. So we wish you all the best in your interview. Do you think the NYDA currently is doing enough for young people who live with disabilities? If you say it is, perhaps give us one practical example. If not, you can simply just say no, and then you can move on to the next panel. Thank you.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Makatini, good afternoon. I'm Honorable Khotana, also a member of this committee. I will just go straight to the question. Mr. Makatini, in order to give in order to give effect to the mandate of the NYDA, how are you going to ensure that the NYDA, under your leadership as a board member, will consistently abide and be guided by the principles of youth development without prejudice?
Okay, so that question to me is based around good corporate governance. So, and also like touching on the PFMA Act. So basically, we need to be a board, if I'm appointed to be the board, a board that's transparent. So that's transparent in their dealings with things that got to do with youth. Transparency when it comes to, like, I struggled to get the latest annual report to maybe see what's happening, and then I ended up getting it last minute. So those kind of things it to be transparent, and us to be transparent in the dealings and our shortcomings as maybe a board. Also, what is important to me is public participation. I feel like the NYDA, even though they do say they have public participation, but I've struggled through the years to try and get hold of maybe, the only thing maybe that I could do is to have a say when they amended the act. That process is easy. But maybe to have public participation, maybe in the programs that they have, in maybe the youth speaking about the issues that they have and the program that they have in mind. Also is accountability. So accountability is twofold. We are accountable to the youth and we working for, and we are accountable to the committee and the president. So it's important that when we do things, we're able to account and we're able to do things in a proper manner. And then when it comes to PFMA is an act that governs how we use state funds. So the way we use state funds, how we managed it, and how we spend it, and how we audit it. If we have this in place, we will be able to ensure that we are able to account for the money we have, we are able to know how to spend it, and all the clean audits. Also, another important to me is responsiveness. Responsiveness is very important because there are a lot of people, besides disabled, other youth that do apply for opportunities within the NYDA, but they don't receive responsiveness, and what I've seemed to find, there is an escalation process that maybe if after a amount of days that maybe for the grant voucher program you applied for, what's going to happen next? How can you complain? So that's also very important to me. And just to make sure that the people in place are passionate in what they're doing and they work with fairness and are responsible for how they represent themselves in the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Makatini, and thank you very much for availing yourself. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Before I pose my question, I just want to mention to you that my mother is speech and hearing impaired, so I am certain that your presence here is going to make that constituency feel represented. The question that I have for you today is, how will you ensure good governance in the National Youth Development Agency if recommended for appointment to the board?
So obviously to ensure good governance, obviously we will follow the transcripts that are in place. It also speaks to more of the question that the way I answered it earlier on. It speaks to good governance, having a monitoring and evaluation of how we deal with certain things, maybe having things in place. So it then also speaks to maybe the King 4 report and ethical leadership that speaks to how. Can you please repeat the question, please?
Okay. If you were to be recommended for an appointment to the board, how would you ensure good governance in the NYDA?
Okay, thank you. So obviously, firstly, is to having the monitoring and evaluation in place and following the laws that are in place, the Constitution, and then it goes to having people that are obviously accountable for their dealings and using the Batabela principle. That means treating people with courtesy, giving them access to information, so if someone asks to, and then also if there's a problem, give them redress, being able, complaints must have a positive reaction. So maybe if someone that's complained, and I need to have maybe give a positive response. And then when it comes to also the service standards, I need to make sure that people see the quality of the work of the board, and they are not wasted their time and they're given the best opportunity. And also touches on access, them having access to everything. Access is very important. Like access, I feel like the major thing that the NYDA must address is access. Maybe it's access for people with disability, and it's access to people in rural areas. And I know that maybe many of the programs and many of the ways are digitalized. I have a view that maybe we still need to have things that are done in papers, pamphlets that are printed out, and maybe applications that are done physically, because people live in different circumstances, and let's face it, data is expensive. So, access in that way is very important. But then also using the PFMA correctly, because that will govern how we use the money, and at the end, the Auditor General will be able to audit us, and we'll have the good financial principles in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Mr. Makatini. My name is Kosi Leklape. I'm an alternate member on the board. Just a follow-up question on the issue of governance. The structure of the NYDA is that we have a CEO and we have an executive chair. Now, once you have executive chairs, it means they'll be doing some operational activities. How do you ensure as a board member that there's proper governance around those two relationships, and to ensure that the NYDA on the governance side is still accountable?
Okay, in that way, I would firstly make sure that both the executive and the CEO have defined roles that don't overlap each other. That will assist us in when we have to monitor and we evaluate their work. So there won't be this thing of having the blame game, but then also having like structures in place and internal processes in place that we will use as a board, maybe in monitoring maybe the projects, in monitoring the funding that's in place, like maybe when it comes to maybe like drawing up of the budget, or maybe the use of the budget, that maybe the decision is not left solely on them, that it's we all part of it as a board, and we give feedback, because we, as the board and the executive and the CEO, we have a prerogative to service the people of South Africa, and also to report to the committee and the National Assembly by using the annual report. So if we don't have good principles in place and good things in place, we will be found wanting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome, Sebasisa. I'm Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today is, what are the key best attributes of the NYDA of a NYDA board member, and what, in your own understanding, are the roles and responsibilities of the NYDA board?
Okay, so the key attributes will speak to fairness. So, like, firstly, a board member must be fair. Must be fair. I must not be prejudiced, maybe to people with disability only, or maybe to queer people. I need to be fairness with everyone, and also I need to be fairness with the dealings, and then it also needs to be fairness with the process or as a whole. And also someone that maybe that's open, that's approachable, that has an open door policy. Because like I tried maybe to get in touch with the board members, but then there wasn't that open policy. I always had to maybe, let's say, they refer you to the office, and then maybe they'll tell you that they're busy with other things. So having someone that's just there for the people and just helping the people, and maybe not maybe following too much, maybe a line of communication, maybe assisting someone on the spot and giving them, and someone that's well versed in obviously the PFMA Act, because the PFMA Act governs how we use the state funds, and it's very important the way we use the state funds because we have limited resources, so that's very important. And can you please repeat the second part of the question?
The second part of my question says, and in your own understanding, what are the roles and responsibilities of the NYDA Board?
So, like in hindsight, in the board terms, it's about executing the mandate that's written in the National Youth Policy that speaks to education. So first one is education. So education is very important, quality education, and also like giving people second chances. It speaks to social cohesion, so creating spaces, those spaces where people are able to have their views and to engage on things, and also maybe we engage on things that are affecting the youth, maybe like teenage pregnancy, and then we have like economy participation, where and transformation, where we ensure that people have access regardless of where they are, of how they state have access to entrepreneurship opportunities, and they are able to be part of job creation. And then it speaks about effective machinery, so that relies more on the government giving out opportunities to the youth, and with us like internships, making sure that people are able to get internships in order for them to get experience, making sure that there's learnerships in place, making sure that like the autism space is touched, because I feel like also the autism space can maybe lead to employability, but then can also lead to people that have passed their trade to become entrepreneurs. Yeah, and then it looks at health and well-being, people having access to their health, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Spies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Makatini. Hi, my name is Eleanor Spies, and I'm a member of this committee. Welcome. Mr. Makatini, one of the main objectives of the National Youth Development Agency is to develop an integrated youth development strategy, and that is prescribed by the Act, the NYDA Act. Also part of its duties or objectives is also to develop guidelines as to how the strategy needs to be implemented. And then furthermore, to make recommendations to the President. Now, if looking at that, can you tell the panel what is your understanding in terms of the integrated youth development strategy, and why do you think this strategy is so important?
Okay, so the integrated youth strategy is like it gives us the frameworks, and it gives us guidelines on how to deal with the challenges of the youth. So it gives us guidelines on how we should tackle them when it comes to maybe unemployment, when it comes to education, when it comes to so those guidelines will speak to the programs that we should develop as NYDA to tackle the issues mentioned in the integrated plan. So we would make recommendations on stuff maybe when we see that these guidelines that are in place or these priorities that are in place, this is work and that is work. So now we need to come and make recommendations to this committee, and this committee will then go to the president in looking ways to move forward. And maybe then when it comes to maybe people with disabilities, when it comes to them maybe accessing the board, maybe we see that these priorities don't specifically include people with disability, or maybe the woman. So maybe we would create programs and make recommendations to the top for it to be passed and to be put into place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shalongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kapashe Sawubona. When you responded to the question of NYDA mandate, according to your understanding or experience, the entity is not delivering at its mandate. You said no, it's not delivering at its mandate. Can you, in your own experience, tell this portfolio committee what are the shortcomings and what would you suggest for the NYDA to deliver at its mandate? Thank you.
Okay, so the shortcomings are based on around access, firstly, and being accommodation, maybe people being accommodated. So access, when you look at the programs and the programs of the NYDA, they don't give an opportunity to people with disabilities to take part of it. It also finds it hard for people living in the rural areas to access the NYDA. So in that instances, we need to get into use other stakeholders of the state, maybe to get hold of maybe people in areas where they don't have money, they don't have a phone. It's hard for them to maybe move to maybe collaborate with other stakeholders when it comes to maybe municipalities, to go to Izindunas and then maybe traditional leaders and give them pamphlets and make them aware of NYDA and opportunities of the NYDA so they can be part of it. And then when it comes to maybe not having data and not having phones, maybe create spaces within maybe those communities and rural communities where maybe they can access those things, maybe in the municipalities, maybe in the school. And then when it comes to accessing people with disabilities, maybe let's say I need to go to maybe a networking place. I need to make sure that maybe that there is a Department of Transport there, that the disabled person is able to access that vehicle in order for them to go and get hold of that opportunity. And it also then maybe speaks to also like maybe working more like on getting more funding, maybe looking at the CSR projects, the CSR goals of private companies, maybe in the JSE, maybe where we get maybe youth people, maybe they do a research and then they come back to us, and then maybe those youth, we give them a stipend, and that way we would have created employment, even though it will be short term, but then they'll help us and assist us, and then maybe when we engage with other stakeholders, we would go and use that as use the strategic social responsibility goal and getting maybe funding. Because what I know is that when we were sourcing funding for assistive devices, we looked at companies and maybe where we can really get more get joy in them, and then we focus on them. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Shiwangu. Honourable Pulwani, my apologies.
Thanks, Chair. Tobakantate Makatini. Let me go straight to the question. My question is, what can be done to improve the access of technology for the youth of this country? And how has the NYDA taken note of this?
Okay, so to improve technology access we firstly need to check the demographics and maybe to look into maybe where youth is, where most people are on the youth, and then to maybe incorporate ICASA to assist us to make sure that, because when we did things when I was at works as the people in the section of people with disabilities, we had in Northern KwaZulu Town, we found that there was no network, so there was no network towers. Maybe for then, firstly, to ensure that we push ICASA to push these network companies to have towers in all the places. And then with doing that, we will be able to broaden the access when it comes to technology. And then maybe the disabled, make sure that maybe they have the technology that's suitable for them, maybe a phone that has a talkback and maybe that they were able to use in order to communicate, because I really do technology is a powerful source. But then it being a powerful source, it's still hard to access because we all come from different demographics and we all come from different situations. So in that way, we first need to make sure that before we push technology, we push for it to be towers, and then we also push for the important thing of data, because data is expensive. And it being this expensive, it then prohibits the youth to maybe use technologies to better themselves, then prohibits the youth to use technology to access NYDA programs and NYDA initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Can I ask if anybody would like to ask any follow-up questions at this stage? Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Makatini, I think just listening to your responses and also having a view of your experience and the work that you have done, in your local community and in some of the work that you have done, where have you found systematic challenges and barriers that do not allow for young people from various demographic or from various backgrounds to excel, especially when we speak to economic and social interventions?
Okay, so that it speaks to people like the youth. They are enslaved maybe in substance abuse. So in them being part of substance abuse, they don't see the need or maybe to take part of NYDA. But then in that saying that, I feel like the NYDA needs to also play maybe a more active roles, maybe in communities, maybe going to schools, because for example, like my mom is a teacher, and when my mom is a teacher, the kids in matric, they come to a time when they have to apply for to higher education, and my mom works in a real school. You would find that those kids are unaware of the things that they should apply for.
Sorry if I disturbed you. I was raising my hand to the chair. Sorry.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, I feel I disturbed him, but I
Okay,
wanted your
Mr.
attention.
Okay, Mr. Makitini, were you finished with your answer or you still want more time? Please feel free to continue.
Okay, so then that also speaks to access to health facilities for people that not even have access to health facilities. Maybe so people would maybe have STIs or suffer from teenage pregnancy, but they will not have access to that. But then also it speaks to having social cohesion programs to stamp down on substance abuse that's hindering the youth from maybe excelling, and also, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure, Buddha, just this one. Now you have spoken a lot about access, although it had to do more with a certain group of demographics, which is the disability. But generally, there has been issues about access. Now, the local municipalities all do have the youth units within them. How, in your view, do you think the NYDA ought to integrate its work with these offices in order to ensure that it expands its reach to a greater number of young people?
Okay, so the NYDA must firstly plant themselves in those youth structures, plant themselves in those disability structures within the municipalities where they integrate programs and they do programs together. And maybe the municipality will also assist the NYDA in doing their work. And maybe in municipalities you find that there are facilitators. Maybe those facilitators will then maybe take over doing certain trainings. Maybe they have certain facilities, maybe that they have access to, making those facilities available when it comes to maybe if there's something that they have to do on the computer, or maybe if a youth needs to maybe apply for the NYDA, give assistance to that. So it's very important that all these stakeholders work together in order to, all these organized states work together in order to reach the goals and to assist the youth in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all honourable members. Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini. Is there anything that you would like to just say possibly in conclusion or concluding remarks?
No, I'd like to thank everyone in the committee for listening to me, for giving me a chance, for their time, for their patience, and I'd like to thank the supporting staff that were helping me in traveling to here, and that they made the process like seamless, even though there had hurdles, but they still were able to sort them out. And I also want to thank, there was an assistant that assisted me of an honorable member there. So that's assistant that helped me to access this and get here. I'd like to thank, and I'd just like to thank everyone at large just for listening to me and for hearing my ideas. Thank you.
Mr. Makatini, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, we really want to say thank you for sharing your afternoon with us. It was really a great honor to interact with you. Thank you for sharing your passions and your insights with us. Thank you for being a voice for persons with disabilities and sharing with us this afternoon the hopes and aspirations and dreams of young people with disabilities and how better the NYDA can serve them. We also agree that we want a more robust, a more agile, more visible NYDA that caters to the needs of young people, but in particular also to those living with disabilities or people with disabilities. So thank you so much. Maybe just to outline the process going forward, this portfolio committee will now we've got one more interview this afternoon, and tomorrow we will conclude with our interview process. From there, the portfolio committee will next week deliberate on the candidates. We will then compile a report that will go to the National Assembly, where all 400 members of the National Assembly will debate the report and hopefully adopt our report. And our recommendations will then go to the President of the Republic, where he will exercise his prerogative and then appoint 7 new members to serve on the NYDA board. But we wish you well, travel safely, and thank you again for being here, and keep up the good work that you are doing in your community to be a voice for the voiceless. Thank you so much, Mr. Makatini.
Thank you.
One more.
Honourable colleagues, we have got our last candidate for the day. Good afternoon, sir. You are Mr. Knowledge Malusi Masilela.
Yes, correct.
You are most welcome. Please feel very comfortable. Please feel relaxed. This is a People's Parliament, so it should be your house, your home. We are the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm the chairperson, I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm here with members of our Portfolio Committee. They will introduce themselves once they have an opportunity to interact with you. All honourable members will have an opportunity to ask you questions. Just to give you an outline, you'll have about 40 minutes for this interview, which gives you about 3 minutes for an answer to each honourable member. If you're not sure about your timing, you can just look towards my side and I don't have a red card, but I will be giving you an indication. But you are most welcome. We regard this process as a very important process for obvious reasons. South Africa faces a youth unemployment crisis. Therefore, the NYDA is one of the most crucial public entities in South Africa. It has to really make a difference in all the issues young people face in our country. And so we really need leadership that can take the NYDA forward. And so this afternoon, we wish to give you an opportunity to firstly tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, your experience, and why you are passionate about youth development issues, and why you would like to serve on the next NYDA board. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to members of the committee. My name is Melusi Masilela. I'm from Mpumalanga, in a municipality called Nkomazi municipality, rural municipality, in a village called Mangweni. I grew up there, studied there, my primary and high school, and one of the things that made me to be passionate about youth development is the environment that I grew up in, having an interest of wanting it to change for the better. And over the years, I got interested in a variety of youth-related or youth development-related activities. I got engaged in student activism, youth activism, and later I formalized my passion through my foundation, where we're able to help young learners with career guidance and all of that, where I'm a patron. We just formalize it, but we used to do it informally. We just formalize it as through a foundation. And one of the things we do as a foundation is just during December holidays, we gather young people to participate in various sporting codes, because we understand during holidays of December, many people, if are not going on holiday in our villages and townships, they are engaged in social ills. And for about 14 days, we bring them to a soccer tournament, netball, and various other sporting codes that are available in the villages to sort of bring them together and avoid such engaging in social ills. And we've been doing that for the past 4 years now. And we are able to give incentives through donations and all of that from people who are generous. And we've been doing that. And over the past 4 years, through that foundation, we've been able to take kids through lobbying or assisting them to apply bursaries and all of those things. And they were able to be taken into universities, some of whom will be graduating this year in May in about 2 institutions. So those are the things that we're passionate about on a daily basis as it relates to youth development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, sir.
No, thank you, Chair. I've got a question, but I think consistent with the clarity that we wanted to ask from the other lady we brought back in, I think it's important that I ask this because I had an engagement with the content research or advisor about it. But then I'll come in at the end for my question so that I don't disrupt the mood. The Parliament tried to find out the matric records and the diploma from the Tshwane University of Technology for my name is Sihlelonzi, Member of Parliament, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. We're happy that you are here, Mr. Malusi Swelo, Knowledge Masilela. And because we struggled to verify, I think it is consistent and correct, as we did with other candidates, to maybe put it to the candidate immediately When did you finish your diploma at the Tshwane University of Technology? When did you complete your diploma in journalism?
I've fully completed it in 2023. 2021, sorry, my apologies, yes.
All right, I'll come in at the end then, Chair, because I don't want to abuse, because the CV says you've completed it in 2011, and you are now saying you completed it in 2021.
Well, it might have been a typo or error because the confirmation that I have of the qualification and the graduation thereof is of that particular year I'm indicating.
I'll do my follow-ups at the end, Chair, because there are problems related to that, because Mr. Masilela would have been a senior researcher in Mpumalanga, would have served in boards way before 2021, which would have needed at least a post-matric qualification for him to do that. But let's take the answers as it is. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, I do have Mr. Masilela's truth certificate here about qualifications. I think there was one complication, but I think it had to do with, but we'll come back to the issue. Baba, you can also come in later, but we'll go over to Ms. Shabangu, Honorable Shabangu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Masilela. Just take a breath. You relax. Smile. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with the formal questions. I wanted Chair, okay. Honorable Fisani Shabangu, right now they wanted to dismiss me from this committee. I don't know why, but the NYDA is governed by the Act, which was amended in 2024. According to your understanding of the NYDA Act, what is your understanding of the functions of the NYDA in terms of the Act? You can take us through what of your understanding in terms of the NYDA Act. Just Chairperson, your committee is not settled.
Honorable members, please, let's allow Honorable Shabangu to ask a question.
Maybe I can ask Mr. Masilela if he got the question clearly.
Yes, the NYDA Act.
NYDA Act, and what are the functions of the NYDA in relation to the Act?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabang, for the question. I think my comprehension of the NYDA Act would be as it relates to its responsibility to ensure that, amongst other things, it avails itself to the public through having national offices and local offices and provincial office, as it were, so that it's available to the youth of this country for the services, and also to establish economic opportunities and educational opportunities, and provide educational support, and amongst others provide career guidance and educational support in terms of bursaries and all of that through the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship, which has been part of the program of the NYDA. And I think those are the anchor functions that are contemplated in the Act as it relates to the mandate of the NYDA.
Honorable Polwani, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mahlangu, Masilela. My name is Honorable Polwani. Let me go straight to the question. My question is, what strategy would you devise to ensure the agency effectively implement youth development program?
Sorry,
What strategies
yes.
would you devise to ensure the agency effectively implement the youth development programs?
Thank you. I think
Strategies.
strategies. Thank you. I think what is important is to first make the agency accessible to all the youth of South Africa, and make it efficient. One of the things that we believe that needs to be happening, and already I think the agency has tried to have some sort of MOUs with network providers in the country, which are the major network providers of Vodacom, MTN, that they come and play their corporate social role in ensuring that young people, in terms of uploading their CVs, uploading their requisition for business opportunities, it's done efficiently online at a data-free or zero-rated data. And we believe that that strategy can make a considerable impact and add to the numbers that the portal already has brought access to about 5 million young people through the NYDA. And we believe that by doing that, we can maximize more of that and employ strategies to make sure that NYDA is reachable even in the local areas, in rural areas, working with COCTA, of course, using tribal offices, working with social development in SASA offices, because those are key institutions that are available even in the most remote areas. And we believe that if we use those partnerships with the currently government entities, such as those like I've mentioned, and other private role players, NGOs, and everybody else that has an interest or plays a role in youth development and development of young people, should be brought, and then part of the youth policy integrated as the integrated youth strategy translates all of that in its adopted strategy as of 2022.
Thank you so much. Honourable Spies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Masilela. I'm Eleanor Spies and I'm a member of this committee. Mr. Masilela, in your own assessment, do you think that the National Youth Development Agency performs its mandate effectively? And if yes, how so? And if no, what are the shortcomings and what are you proposing to strengthen them? And if you can kindly, at the end, just provide practical examples.
Thank you very much. I think the NYDA currently does, given the budget, and optimally performs, and I think with the audit outcomes, you would say there's a fairly good management and operations. But however, we believe that there should be a more rigorous lobby for other role players, particularly the JSE listed companies, because in reading one of the annual reports, the NYDA is currently in a engagement with the JSE listed companies through the JSE to have them contributing through their CSD responsibility. And I think if we can be vigorous on that aspect and put pressure in the JSE listed companies to put resources for youth development, it can broaden the impact that NYDA has on society beyond the budget available and the work that they've already done, which is good. But believing that if we bring all of those role players through the JSC, and already that engagement has been there, I think it's just a matter of emphasis and putting a bit of pressure and signing the MOUs and get that rolling, and then the companies do contribute, and then the NYDA being the role player in that, and then part of its mandate, which is coordinating private sector players and all of that. So it's a key process that can be done, and already there is signal that they want to do it, but it's just a matter of emphasis. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honourable Spies. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Masilela. I'm Jasmine Peterson and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you is, in order to give effect to the mandate of the NYDA, how are you going to ensure that the NYDA, under your leadership as a board member, will consistently abide and be guided by the principles of youth development without prejudice?
I think if you read the youth policy, it is clear that and the act in combination, you will realize that you need to act in the interest of the South African people, the South African youth, in line with the constitution, and make sure that you are of service to the youth of South Africa, regardless of their race, gender, and any other form of, without being prejudiced, as you put it. So we will be able to continue to put the policies that are there, which ensure that such prejudice does not occur. And I believe that the current systems within the NYDA are efficient to that regard, but they just need to be more emphasis and ensuring that it caters especially for the more vulnerable, the people with disabilities, women, young women, and the likes, because those are the most vulnerable in society. And I think if we put more systems that will benefit those groups of youth, it will be of great stride.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanile.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Masilela, and welcome. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Mr. Masilela, the question that I have for you is how would you ensure good governance in the NYDA agency if recommended for appointment to the board?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How would you ensure good governance in the NYDA if you are recommended for appointment to the board?
Okay. Thank you very much. Obviously, thank you very much. I think one of the key things is to put emphasis on making sure that the committee of audit and risk and the internal audit plays significance, because I believe that one of the key issues of clean governance is to make sure that you are able to foresee possible financial or whatever challenges that may confront the institution. And we believe that the committee called the Audit and Risk, and obviously the reports that come from internal audit, will be able to ensure that such it's seen in focus as it comes. But the elements of good governance include that there should be credibility, there should be clean governance in as far as even the institution itself, the corporate nature of the institution should reflect the clean governance and inculcate a culture of credibility within the institution, and also inculcate a culture of reporting, that all the structures that are in committees and all of that, they are able to report, so that the board is always in line with the daily operations of the institution and is able to mitigate whenever there are possible risks that may occur, and be able to ensure that the institution is as credible as possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leklape.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. I'm Jose Leklape, an alternate member of the board. Just continuing on the question of governance. What are the key attributes of an NYDA board member? And what, in your own understanding, are the roles and responsibilities of the board? And in pursuance of the roles and responsibilities of the board, we have the situation where in our act we have a CEO and we have an executive chair. What would be issues about ensuring that that relationship is properly governed?
Thank you very much. And I think the PFMA truly distinguished that how that relationship should be covered. And in this instance of the NYDA, you would have the board accountable to the minister, and of course the CEO accountable to the board. And the board would from time to time receive reports through its committees, which speak to the work of the CEO, and how the board then relates with the CEO is how it makes the CEO accountable in the processing of those reports that would have been submitted through its committees, through the work that is being done by the executive authority. And then we believe that out of that, we'll be able to make the executive, particularly the CEO, accountable as a board. And whenever there are issues that we believe that needs proper accountability and clarity on, the board through its committees will make such processing and make sure that there is accountability. But what is important is that as from the key performance areas that would have been agreed upon the appointment of the CEO by the board, those should be the guiding, the guideline or framework upon which the CEO is held accountable. Thanks.
And just on the last one about the attributes of a board member, what type of people should we be having as board members?
The type of people that hold management to account. In my other life as a board member, I would have joined. I'm a board member of Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency for the past 4 years. One of the key attributes that we do, and we are always reminded of, and in our minds, is that a board member must never let wrong things slide because of whatever interest. And as such, a board member must always declare themselves when conflicted. And one of the things that I've learned over the years is that being diligent with your work, it improves the quality of the board members and the quality of the work that the board carries out. Hence, you see a significant improvement with such. So one of the key attributes indeed is that of being honest, diligent, and committed to their work, and being accountable, and being able to process reports as it relates to the board committees and the work that is thereof, and being able to take decisions, even if it means not being popular within the other board members, but being able to stand on your views and being able to declare, even when a decision that is being taken, you feel strongly that it's wrong. There is precedence in this country that we are allowed to signal yourself, single yourself out in whenever a decision that is wrong or you don't agree to, you are able to be allowed as a board member. So some level of independence is important as it relates to decision making in a board.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Honourable Megan. Honourable Zoteti.
Thanks, Chair. And good afternoon to our candidate. Look like we would have mentioned with other candidates who are doing well. Let's start by appreciating the work that you would have articulated earlier on, as the work that you are doing in your foundation. It's quite exciting that a number of young people do take such initiatives to better the lives of other young people. I just have this small question, this very short question. Who am I? No, my name is Tiamo Zoteti, a member of this board. Thank you, Honorable Chauke, for a member of this committee. And earlier on, I would have noted Dr. Letlape making the very same mistake. and my apology, I'm a member of this committee. Just a short question. May you kindly elaborate your understanding of the integrated youth development strategy, and why do you think the strategy is important?
Thank you very much. I think my understanding of the integrated youth development strategy is that it seeks to be a framework that wants to integrate or coordinate the work of youth development in its entirety in the country. Obviously linked to the youth development policy, and of course the National Development Plan. But however, there are key 5 areas of priority that I think are of interest, which is education, skills, training, and giving second chance to people who would have been fallen out of the 12 years of school. It also the issue of social cohesion, which I believe is very important. And thirdly, it is the issue of of economic transformation and job opportunities and entrepreneurship, which seeks to elevate young people and put them into workplace and giving them economic opportunities. And of course, the issue of social cohesion being the one of bringing together NGOs and all other role players that are interested in youth development to be coordinated. And then of course the machinations of coordinating that work. The integrated youth development strategy makes a number of proposals insofar as advancing youth development in this country. In fact, I believe from where I'm sitting, it is one of the best strategies that seeks to deal with the issues that affect youth development in this country. I believe it's one of the anchor strategies that needs to be thoroughly used. There are proposals that are made there on how to advance the strategy in the document, and I believe that if they can be followed through, most of them and all of them, there could be a greater improvement in youth development. For example, it calls for professionalization of youth development as a skill or as a practice, and not just another informal way of development. So that is my comprehension of the integrated youth development strategy. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chauke Adonais.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to our candidate. We do thank you for availing yourself and wishing you all the best. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a disabled member of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question to you would be focusing on the integrated youth development strategy. What if you can identify or list the identified youth groups that have been identified in the integrated youth development strategy? Also, within the strategy, what are some of the interventions that are proposed to address the key areas of concern?
Thank you very much, Honorable Adonis. I think one of the key proposals and target groups that are identified are people living with disabilities. Identified there amongst the issues is that there should be, there is a limitation of, there's a limit of special schools, and then there's a proposal that the schools that are available should be able to provide facilities that will enable people living with disabilities to be able to access the current schools that are there, and also that schools should be able to provide accessibility for people with disabilities, avail Braille as a part of the general lessons in school, and also use get sign language to be part of some of the SABC programs in order to enable employment for most of the people who are able to communicate in sign language, and make it part of the curriculum. Those are the interventions that are mentioned in one of the targeted groups, being people living with disabilities. And then, of course, young women, there are interventions there in different kinds of interventions that they should be targeted economic opportunities that are set aside for women in rural communities, be it in agriculture, those who are engaged in cooperatives and all of that. So those are some of the targeted groups that are identified. Of course, the vulnerable youth, that are those that who went to prisons, who are former convicts, who are being integrated back into society. Those are some of the targeted groups that the integrated youth development strategy says the NYDA has a responsibility to cater for, and then make sure that they are part of society, because they are more vulnerable than the other groups that or the generalization of the youth. They are more vulnerable, and they should be more focused in making sure that they are uplifted and development reaches their level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Masilela, good afternoon, sir. I'm Honorable Khotana, also a member of this committee. I'll just go straight to the question. Mr. Masilela, How does limited access to technology affect youth in South Africa? And what role can technology play in addressing social issues among youth in South Africa?
Thank you very much. I think it cuts a bit across to the issues I propose as I raised earlier. But the issue is that the South African youth does not afford technology as it is now, because technology has a price in South Africa. And we believe that as part of South Africa contributing positively and strongly to the issue of artificial intelligence, we need to make sure that the South African youth has access to digital platforms. And we believe that as part of CSD, as one of the proposals we say we should be able to carry out, is to engage these big corporations that are network providers in the country to be able to give zero-rated to some of the websites. For example, if one wants to apply at the university, wants to apply for NSFAS, wants to apply for any academic or any positive, which is something that is not related to playful or engagements or links that are not related to educational exercise, should be available at a zero-rated so for our people, because at least most of our people, even in the rural areas, even though they have access to cell phone towers or cell phone networks, they still have a challenge of affordability. But at least they could be using the centers that are available in the townships and villages, and the more that should be brought to access that internet and access those websites, that will be of intervention to their educational needs and be able to contribute now to the bigger question of development, because it does not assist for us as a country to speak about artificial intelligence when the most vulnerable, the youth and the women, don't have access to basic networks. So we need to start it there. Then we can speak about how then does it respond to the development of this country, because artificial intelligence, the reality is that it's part of us, and most universities and most people are already using it, and it's part of us, and it's all about how do we bring along those who are in the rural areas and townships to be able to be integrated without them feeling a financial contribution to the effect, but those who are part of the service providers using their corporate social investment to that effect. I think it will be of great assistance, and later on we'll be able to pray the fruits of that artificial intelligence broadly benefiting us as part of youth development.
Thank you. I think before you speak, Honourable Lonzi, I just wanted to clarify maybe where Honourable Lonzi was going with his question. The NYDA Act stipulates that when we consider candidates to serve on the NYDA Board, they should, on the one hand, have knowledge and expertise in youth development, or a qualification in youth development, social development issues. So it's an either-or scenario. Either you've got the experience and the knowledge and the track record, or you hold a qualification in social development, HR, legal field, anything that can really advance the interests of the NYDA. Now, you hold a matric certificate, you hold a national diploma in journalism from the Tshwane University of Technology, which you obtained in 2021. You signed a declaration confirming that information. We also have a letter from the institution confirming that you met all the criteria for the qualification, but they were not able to verify your qualification. So just for clarity, just a clarity-seeking question maybe, what challenges arose between yourself and the university that they were not able to verify your qualification?
Thank you very much. I think I'm part of the statistics of South Africans that don't afford certain fees. So I owe fees to the Tshwane University of Technology, which I'm in the process of finalizing. And that's the reason that why the university could not give me. So I'm just another South African youth who can't afford fees.
That is just the clarity that I was seeking.
Thank you very much.
Because that is the information. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to give us that information. Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Lonzi.
Chair, that point you are making now
needs me a follow-up clarity before I go to my question. Because you are saying he signed a declaration confirming that he got his diploma in 2021, when his CV is saying he got his diploma in 2011. Perhaps when I ask my other questions, you can clarify it then in the end you can
Yeah,
can
I
cover
think
it.
he indicated that it was a typo. I think all of us make mistakes.
2011 and 21, it was an error.
Or it was a typo on the declaration?
Not declaration, the CV.
On the CV.
The declaration says 2021.
Yes.
University says 2021.
And I did
No,
say
the
that.
declaration.
Yes.
All right. No, thank you, Chair. No, thank you very much, Mr.
Chair,
Melusi.
but can I also just raise a point of concern? You see, what the exercise which the honourable member is making now, we have done it earlier on with other candidates, but the distinct thing is that we would have done it in committee without them being there, because it has capacity to derail people and so forth. So I thought that I must just bring that up.
Yes.
Thanks.
No, I agree with you. That's why I wanted him to just tell us what the challenges are, because I think he's, like he says, he's one of the many in South Africa, many young people who could not afford to, I mean, there are many young people who've got outstanding fees, and I wanted, because I think, you know, we don't want a situation where he's accused of something, but I think the matter is clarified, so I want him to be able to proceed in a manner that's fair to all of us and him. But your concern is noted, Honourable Member. Please proceed, Honourable Lonzi.
No, I won't respond to that concern, Chair. So in 2024, Mr. Masilela, the NYDA Amendment Act introduced a new function in the agency's mandate. What is that function? What I'm looking for the specific function that was introduced. I mean, that's 2024, so it's not very long ago. You wouldn't need to read far. And perhaps, how did that new function, which was introduced by the amendment, empower the NYDA in its ability to oversee and coordinate some of its programs? Thank you.
I think, thank you very much, Honorable Lozi. I think one of I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is that of coordinating government sectors and formally now government sectors and all the other youth development structures. I think it's encapsulated in the integrated youth development strategy, but obviously as per the Amendment Act, which is that of bringing together now national youth development into one roof. And I think that's what the NYDA Act, the amendment seeks to speak to, so that there is no confusion about the mandate of the NYDA, which is that of bringing together everybody and coordinating them and initiating programs for the youth of this country, for youth development.
Chair, maybe let me explain it differently, which is what I did with under candidates to help them. So there were 6 functions of the NYDA Act. Then there was a 7th one, very specific function, which was introduced last year in 2024. It's not what you had mentioned before, but because even with other candidates, when they didn't get the answer, I came in to ask it differently. So I'd ask the question again. From 6, there's an additional function which has been added after the amendment in 2024, close to the end of the year last year. Are you aware of what that function is, and how did it assist the NYDA in better overseeing and coordinating its programs?
I would think that it is, I would think that I would have to really be referred back. I'm not quite sure what is that exact function, because I would have thought that it relates to coordination and all of that, but it seems it's not the case.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lonzi. Can I ask if there are any follow-up questions from honourable members? Honourable Chalke Aduenes, followed by Honourable Lonzi, and Honourable Tsiama. So we'll take the 2 there. We'll come to Honourable Spies and then to Honourable Lonzi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my follow-up question, and also just appreciating your participation in this process. My follow-up question would just be in terms of your understanding and your contribution. And I think one would want to have very key targeted focus areas of how you seek to ensure that the NYDA improves its reach and its visibility amongst the young people, but also how are you going to, or how would you propose to integrate the utilization of innovation and technology in this? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I would have mentioned in passing again that I think for me the cause for concern is that NYDA must be felt in the palm of a rural youth, the township youth. And I think the best accessible youth, a way to access the youth in the townships and in the rural areas would be, of course, to partner with traditional leaders who have run through traditional authorities, through COCTA, because they've got tribal offices almost everywhere, SASA through social development, they have offices almost everywhere, Post Bank, so that we use those spaces to bring about, reach out to their outreach programs, of course, of the NYDA, go there, if possible, establish offices or mobile offices in those areas to make sure that it is accessible to the youth there. And of course, the technological or technological advance expansion that needs to reach out to the youth in rural areas will, of course, to be the one that I proposed earlier, which is to say that there must be many other private sector players that are contributing to the cause, and the NYDA without using entirely its budget, be able to seek to reach out and finalize that mandate of making sure that it reaches most of the youth in this country, particularly those in the townships and the rural areas, because those are the people that really need the services of the National Youth Development Agency more than any other in our society.
Mr. March, Honorable.
Yes, Chair. Yeah, no. Chair, I just have two questions. One is around the scourge of gender-based violence. You would know that this has been declared the second pandemic in the country after we had experienced one of COVID. It's still a thorny issue in our nation. It affects young people both at the receiving end as victims and as offenders. What, in your view, do you think the NYDA has to do to mitigate the problems of that the country is confronting around this thing of gender-based violence? The second one is the question of youth unemployment, which obviously is also one of the problems, very big problems that we are confronting as a country. What do you think, or how do you think the participation of the private sector in this regard is, and what do you think the NYDA can do to mitigate or at least assist in ensuring that there is integration of all sectors of the community to ensure that we at least push young people to be employed?
Thank you, Honorable Tsotit. I think on the issue of gender-based violence, it remains a serious pandemic indeed. And I think one of the immediate interventions that need to be emphasized is that the reality is that gender-based violence and femicide are committed by men, and we believe that we should, mainly men, not men, it should be that we begin to build the boy child. I think there's been programs of a boy child, because I think it's an issue of a socio-economic issue, and bring all the role players that need to coordinate all of these efforts to make sure that society also does not condone or let slide of gender-based violence, because gender-based violence happens in our communities, our families, and sometimes we let it slide, not report it, And then it becomes a continuous until many lives are lost and people are really. So I believe it's part of the things that in the integrated youth development strategy we need to emphasize on social cohesion and building a nation that really is united in fighting this pandemic. And then on the last question, I think the issue of unemployment, the reality is that can't be resolved by government alone. It needs a private sector, as you suggest. And from where I'm sitting, I believe that the only thing needed on the part of government is to put policies that speak to things that will enable creation of employment in South Africa. And I believe that from where we're sitting now, employment in South Africa is not created because industries are closed. Factories that used to produce goods and services that are utilized by our people have been closed down. And we believe that if government pushes for industrialization of the South African economy, then we'll be able to have private sector investing into the South African market and be able to create jobs for our people. And we export more than import more, because currently the reality is that we're importing more and exporting very less things, goods and services. So we're a consumer nation, and we need to change that and be able to begin to have a industrialized society which creates employment, because there's no way you can create employment outside government if you don't industrialize the South African economy. And I think for me, that is one key area. And of course, through the NYDA SMMEs that would have been identified, they will be able to participate. And the young people that would have got skills and training and upskilling, they will be able to then join the job market as that program unfolds. Thanks.
Thank you. Honourable Space.
Part of my question, Mr. Masilela touched on. It's just that we've had a number of male candidates and interviewed over the past 2 days, and I don't seem to find any of the candidates really talking about the issues of positive masculinity. Which challenges traditional patriarchal, issues, and also encourages men to have respect, to have boundaries, to show emotion. I would like to know, just from you, what do you think as a board member you would do in terms of prioritizing the challenges that young men have fitting into society and that could contribute to positive masculinity, and in turn then also assist us in the whole gender-based violence crisis that we have? Just your view personally.
I think, thank you very much for the question. I think it's very important. And I think it's our societies. I think we grow up being told not to cry, not to feel pain, not to show pain as men, and as a result, maybe perhaps bottling up a number of things and taking out on the people we believe we say we love. I think for me it's an ECD matter, and it's a family matter. And you can't just say it's a family matter because there are people without families, and they are part of our society. Now, I bring the element of ECD because I believe that from early childhood, one needs certain social interventions for one to make up a human being, let alone being a man. And for me, it's not even about whether you grew up without a father figure or parents, or I think it's a societal issue of patriarchy and respecting the next gender and the next person, which are two juxtaposed issues: respecting the next person, respecting the next gender. Combined, that is humanity. To say we respect the life of humans, then there's no reason for you to go ahead killing a person, abusing them, and all of that. I think on a general scale, men are set by different standards from the rest of everybody. And as a result, in trying to meet those standards, then they try to be these characters that in turn sometimes are violent and all of that. And I think it's a societal discussion, ongoing. There's no single dynamic to explaining it. But for me, I just feel that we need to begin a process of saying patriarchy has created men or boys who later become men to be sort of in fear of themselves, and then how they become inferior over the years, over the time. They're taken out in their frustration of inferiority in different ways. And I think that's how it plays it out. It plays itself out. And I think we've got a greater responsibility in leadership to make sure that we become an example of making sure that such is reflected upon, and there is some form of guidance, partnering with all the social partners to make sure that as part of social cohesion, the boy child is better positioned to behave well-mannered. Thank you.
No, thank you very much again, Chairperson. My name is Sihle Lonzi, member of the Portfolio Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I'm only repeating it because I think Mr. Swello said Lozi, so just trying to assist him to not forget. Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a very quick question, and then I think that will be it for me for the day. Mr. Swello, you say you are in your CV, you are a Treasurer General of the African National Congress Youth League from July 2023 until current. But where I'm going is that in 2016 until 2023, again in your CV, you say you were a senior researcher at Mbombela Municipality, Nelspruit in South Africa. Now, it would have made sense to me if you had completed your diploma in 2011, but you have since clarified it to us that you in fact completed it in 2021. So it means you would have been a senior researcher for 5 years without a post-matric qualification. My question to you is, if we were to appoint you, recommend you, and the president were to appoint you to lead the NYDA, would you appoint or employ someone without a post-matric qualification to be a senior researcher in any process or department within the National Youth Development Agency? Because you were a senior researcher and earned a senior researcher salary for 5 years without a post-matric qualification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. No, I think I would not do that. Maybe I must maybe the question should have been, what is the circumstance that led to that? Because I did not apply for a post of senior researcher. Because the problem, I had to put the CV accurately to the fact of the positions I occupied, because I didn't want to mislead anybody. Now, what would have happened in the instance, I never applied to be a senior researcher chair. I applied to be a PA and working in the office of the chief whip in the municipality there. Now, because I was deployed in a political office, there was movement. They just placed me as a senior researcher. I could not say, no, I don't qualify. They placed me. They did what they call placement. And then they placed me as a senior researcher. For that matter, for 2 years, I spent that 2 years without being given proper functions in that responsibility. And that was my problem. It was the problem of the municipality. I'm on record complaining about those attributes. And so it was never my making, Chair, that I applied for a post that I knew that I don't qualify for. It was the making of the institution which frustrated me at that particular time. And I had issues with it at that time. Now, it was not me. It was just an issue of placement. Because if you were to check, it was just the same institution that I worked in. It was not like I moved to another department, to another institution. I still worked within the same institution. So that was the reality. It was a frustration for me, and I had to enjoy that, and that was it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. No, I think he's clarified that, Honourable Lonzi. I think we need to move to closure.
I said I would not hire a person of a similar circumstance because they would have applied, not like in my instance who has not applied. I applied for a particular post which met the criteria and the qualifications that I had, and I responded. Yes. And later on, as in the employment, they placed me wrongly, and which was an issue for 2 years. I'm explaining that I was not given functions and responsibilities, but I was given a title, and I can't mislead you here and use another title that I was not given to you, which will be misleading as well. Yes, not me.
Yeah, it's clarified that. Thank you so much. Honourable Mike, I saw your hand was up. Are you covered?
Yes, yes.
Are you fully covered?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Masilela, tell me, How does your accession to the board will help to enhance the idea that the NYDA is now depoliticized and free from political interference? And also, how will you resolve the issue of conflict of interest and biasness to the organization you belong to and its members? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the new act of was amended last year speaks to the fact that when one is conflicted, needs to declare, and when they don't, the decisions of such a meeting are null and void. I think it would be consistent of myself as a member of a particular political party to make sure that I'm consistent with declaring my interest, just like any other interest, by the way, of any other person, even in civil society and other organizations, to declare if there is an interest or association thereof. And I think as per the guidelines of the Act, the governance, and all the other statutes that govern boards and how you conduct yourself. And I think I've been serving in a board for the past 4 years, Chair. I've never been accused of being biased to a particular, and the same board that I serve more or less has the same mandate as NYDA, because we disperse loans. I serve in the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency. We disperse loans, we manage a number of other issues. We operate under a budget of just over 2 billion. So I've never been accused or linked to any sort of misdemeanor relating not to or showing biasness to my political affiliation, because as a South African, I've got every right to be associated to my political convictions and so on. So I believe that I will continue to carry to the best of my ability my constitutional obligation, which is to defend South Africa first and for South Africa to be the priority and the youth of this country and youth development in particular.
Thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask whether, Mr. Maselela, whether you wanted to say anything in closing to the honourable members.
No, nothing much in closing. I just to thank the opportunity to be given to come and just to be shortlisted and also to come and be asked the questions. I think it was robust, and I think it was important that we be asked all the questions because we are going to be accountable to the South African population, of course, through this committee, of course, and the minister. So it's very important that we are known to be what we are, and you ask the difficult questions as a committee, and we appreciate that. And I think I've represented the people that I come from, my village there. I think it was of a significant impact, the fact that there is one of them coming here in Cape Town representing their views, because like I've said, that I'm just like any other South African who owes fees, who has every other youth problems. So I believe I represent a true youth and a true South African youth and the realities that are faced by the South African young people in this country. Thank you very much again for the opportunity. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maselela. And on behalf of the committee, we convey our gratitude for your time, for your insights, for sharing your knowledge with us this afternoon, and then also for making the time to be with us. And thank you also for your willingness to serve. I think you already know what follows from here. We still have one more day of interviews tomorrow. And from there, the Portfolio Committee will next week deliberate on all the interviews. We will then compile a report which will serve in the National Assembly, where all honourable members of the House, all 400, will vote on that report. Our 10 suggestions will then be given to the President of the Republic, whereafter he will exercise his rights and nominate 7 young people to serve on the next NYDA board. We wish you all the best. Continue to do the good work that you are doing. Travel back safely. And thank you again. Thanks a lot.